to attend either in person at the center office building or remotely. All persons are asked to remain on mute, thus speaking, to ensure that clear audio for all attendees. Join online at https://meet.goto.com/Sturbridge/Concom, or dial in at 1-872-240-3311. Access code is 595-536-797. Okay, I'll bring the meeting to order with a roll call, starting at your end, Nick.
Nick Gravel here.
Eric Gaspar present.
Ed Goodwin here.
Sandra Romano here.
Okay. And Carsten Stuber is still in Germany. So, please be advised that we will be recording this meeting. Now, you have a scout coming in?
Supposed to be here. I didn't get an email that he wasn't coming. I don't see him yet. And
Okay, we can-
maybe he's having trouble parking across the street. So if you want to hop down maybe to either Sam or the meeting calendar.
You want to bring that up? Sam?
Hi. Yes,
doing?
I'm happy to start if you'd like.
All right. Go ahead.
So my question is, I had brought this up to Lori, and she said it would be good to join tonight's meeting and do the walk-in to ask the commission. I have a job on 27 Bennett's Road. It's like a camp, kind of, like the cabin is not inhabitable, but they still bring like tents and campers up there to enjoy the lake. There are 2 dead hemlocks, 1 dead ash, a double lead gray birch that 1 leader is completely dead, the other leader is dying, a small dead maple, a small dead hemlock by the right side of the driveway, and then a double lead maple that only has 1 leader standing now. The other leader is already fallen, and the base is like rotted. And I was wondering if it would be possible to get a waiver for those 7 trees for removal to do a tree removal application rather than an RDA, just to try to help like with the client's budget and time frame, since the trees are dead and on their way down and there's no like living trees being taken down. And so I figured it didn't hurt to at least jump on the meeting and ask if that would be okay. If not, I will start the RDA application for those dead trees. But it was a couple more than 5.
Lori? What's the answer? What do you want to do?
I assumed it would be an RDA, but given the situation, I thought it wasn't harmful for her to ask you because the trees are dead.
Are they all dead?
Sam, can you confirm they're all dead?
So 5 are completely dead. 1 is half dead. The other leader is dying. And then the 7th tree is on its way out. It already lost a dead leader and is like just barely standing with a rotted base. So that one's on its way out, but it still does have some leaves left in the canopy of what is left standing. So I don't want to say that they're all dead.
Appreciate that, Sam.
You want to band them and take a look at them?
We haven't been out to the site yet, but
Okay.
so that's kind of what would be going on, because if we're doing the RDA process, obviously it's certified list of abutters and whatnot too, and it's just kind of a...
Well, it's kind of an in-between, right?
Right.
If they're all dead.
Because the tree removal policy right now as it stands is 5 or less trees is a tree removal application and 6 or more is an RDA. But given that they're all dead and it feels like it's kind of in the gray because it seems like obvious, I figured you guys should talk about it.
And the policy itself doesn't specifically talk about standing snags. So it doesn't recognize that as a separate thing. So a tree that is just clearly dead and just a big trunk out of the ground. So
Are they going to leave the stumps
how it's
Yes.
with the removal. It's just cutting the dead.
And of course, if, Lori goes out there and there's any concern that the trees are not dead or that it's questionable, we can kind of address it from there. But if it's a situation that you'd be comfortable of Lori or myself making that judgment call, as if the tree removal policy and the tree removal permit would be an appropriate situation for this.
So are they marked, Sam?
They should be. I haven't been there in like a month or so, so I don't know if the homeowner's done anything to what I tagged. But I can make sure that they are completely tagged. I can check with the homeowner, make sure he hasn't touched any of my ribbons.
So she'll call you when they're marked, and you can go take a look at them? Does anybody have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with giving a waiver to allow Lori to make the determination of whether or not that's, it sounds as if 5.5 of the 7 trees are dead, right?
Yes.
So they're, so really what we're talking about is 1 tree or maybe 2. So that, I don't know that falls above
Well, if
our
there's a tree
5.
that's healthy, you should not approve it.
Right.
So would you like the tree removal application brought to the following meeting and let you know and make a decision then? Or do you want it to move forward with the normal application process? Given the situation?
Personal opinion is I would leave it to the discretion of Lori and Lauren for this.
Yeah, I have
Because
no
that's what
problem with that.
if it was 5, we'd give them the discretion. Clearly, 5 of them are dead. We're only talking about 2. If they're not comfortable
Yeah, but
making the call, they can bring it back to us.
Can we give a waiver to Lauren if they are dead, to approve 7 instead of like 5, like without having to
So this
come
will
back
all
to
still
me?
follow the normal process that any tree that looks healthy requires an arborist report to show otherwise, that it's clearly a hazardous tree. So, okay.
Yeah.
We're comfortable
And
with that?
I am supposed to meet Joe Kowalski there on Monday to have him come up with an arborist report, because regardless whether I'm able to get that waiver and do a tree removal application or it becomes an RDA, I'm still going to need that arborist report regardless. So I was supposed to meet with him on Monday because I am not in office tomorrow. I'm going away for my anniversary this weekend.
Do we need to make a motion on that to make it official, or I think it's just, or hand vote?
Yeah. Let's make a motion.
All right, make a motion to provide a waiver for Lori and Lauren to make the determination for the 7 trees in question at, what was it, 27 Bennett's Road?
Correct.
At 27 Bennett's Road.
Wow, that was good.
Second.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
All in favor? Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Sandra, in favor?
Thanks, Sam.
Congratulations, Sam, on your anniversary.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Anything else before?
Well, he's got the uniform, so I'm assuming this is, how are you, Nehemiah?
Good, how are you?
Excellent.
Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for coming.
Sorry for my tardiness. Traffic is just
It happens.
leave earlier next time.
Packed house.
All right. Well, your show. Go
All right.
for it.
For those of you who do not know, my name is Nehemiah St. Cern. I am from a Boy Scout troop based in Worcester, and here today I'm here today to talk about my vision for my Eagle Service project on the Burgess Discovery Trail. So I have for some visuals. If you guys would like to share.
Thank you.
So on there, I just have a quick introduction.
I've got the map up for you too, if that helps you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. All right. So my plan is to revitalize the Burgess Discovery Trail in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. The trail is owned by the town of Sturbridge and is used by youth by the neighboring school as a way to enjoy the outdoors, and also is visited by regular hikers, families who just want to have a good time there. My goal is to create instructional pamphlets so that people can follow along with them as they go through the hike. I will also, on these pamphlets will be new maps highlighting specific places where people can kind of dive into different perspectives, is kind of the overarching goal. By highlighting how the Burgess Discovery Trail is an opportunity for people to experience the joys of hiking while also taking time to appreciate others with different experiences from their own. The hike is a short hike, about 0.5 miles, but which makes it very traversable and accessible. So my inspiration for this comes from, this is my 7th year of scouting. In next week, I will be going for my 7th year at Camp Yagu, where they have something called the HAT Trail. It stands for the Handicap Awareness Trail. It's kind of my inspiration for this project. Every year, our troop makes it a point to go. In the past 3 years, I've been in charge of scheduling, and I'm still like, we're going. This entry trail, like the HAT Trail, encourages team building amongst the people who are going on the hike. So it's kind of intended for a group of any size. So whether it's a duo or maybe potentially a classroom of kids from the school who would like to experience that, or even like the summer program that's going on down in that area by the basketball courts, they can kind of have a break from the action and go through that trail as a group together. It's meant to be sort of like a team building experience. The Century Trail is, as I said earlier, it's very accessible. It's not terribly strenuous, but it's meant to kind of get people to be pushed, to be a little uncomfortable in like how they experience the hike and just come at it from different perspectives. So, on those handouts I gave you, I'm not going to touch the numbers. So
You can,
it's,
yeah. As long as you point it the right direction, you know? Right there.
so this is kind of the general.
If you wanna, you can stand at the microphone here too, if that's easy too. I don't know if we, let's see.
So this is a general trailhead. This is where most people enter the hike, because the school is kind of like off the image over here. So on the papers, I kind of have Zone A highlighted in this area. So Zone A will be a touch/feeling area, right? So as you traverse the path going down the diamond, it goes from a paved path to a gravel path. So it's meant to be highlighting very simple things so that children and adults can understand it and kind of experience it together, just to kind of enhance the experience of the hike. So that's one example here. Zone A would be right over there where the trail becomes gravel from being paved. So a prompt would look something like, as you go past this, as you pass like this tree that's marked, what do you feel like at your feet? And it will kind of like encourage like a group discussion about that. As I'm gonna kind of go on a tangent. As far as additions, I don't plan to make any additions to the area except for in this area here, right before it becomes gravel. I'll put up a kiosk where people can take pamphlets and kind of see a large image of the map. And also over here there is a lesser used entrance to the trail that kind of goes down like this, where I'll put another kiosk probably out right around there. For the same purpose of having a larger map, but also it will have some pamphlets in it. So that's the general idea of my project. There will be no other additions to the trail except for those two kiosks.
Great.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I think it's pretty straightforward.
How many miles is the trail?
The trail is about 0.5 to 0.4 miles. It kind of depends, like if you start over here versus if you start over there, right? Because it's kind of more of a straight shot. So 0.4 and 0.5. And it's a loop, right? So it goes like this. So even if you start here, you'll see the whole trail as it goes around like this. And if you start
Yeah.
here, you'll experience the whole trail as it goes around like that. So it's a loop.
Right. Have you talked to the Sturbridge Trails Committee at all about it?
Yes, I spoke to them.
Chamberlain.
Yeah, I spoke to Mr. Chamberlain was my original contact for kind of like
Yeah.
getting more ideas and being more concise. But I met with them about a month ago. But yes, I was able to.
Great.
What's your connection to Sturbridge?
That's a great question. As I said, I'm from Worcester. My connection to Sturbridge is mainly through Mr. Chamberlain. He was kind of a friend of a friend, so I was able to connect with him that way. And then he kind of.
Well, we appreciate you investing in our
Great.
town.
That's where I'd usually make a smart remark, but I won't this time. On Tommy.
So what are the what are the wetlands concerns, Lauren, that we need to
So
be aware of?
for the kiosks themselves, they're not in any resource areas. The kiosk that's going to be closer up by the rec might be in buffer zone, but it's going to go in an already disturbed area. So we can kind of just work that through a bylaw permit for, unless it was going somewhere else, but we're going to try and keep it within that already disturbed area. Gravel post, just like what we did for the stargazing. So minimal disturbance, no erosion control needed, and we'll work to maintain it. And the Trails Committee is going to be sprucing up the trail a little, and potentially there might be a second scout project that's actually looking to expand that trail and create another entrance too. So I think it's a good time that this trail's getting a little bit more attention and focus. We met the other week and just shared some different ideas, trying to connect him with the school as well to make sure they get approval through that access, and also just seeing, any ideas that they might have because the school does use that during school hours, that sometimes the kids are going out. So this would be a great opportunity to kind of enhance that, work with school programs. We talked about working with some of the special education programs through Burgess and whatnot too. So overall, I think it's a great project and look forward to seeing it move forward.
If you do need to go in front of the Burgess School Committee, they have many representatives that are scouting families. Okay. So I would imagine you'd get some support there. And I'm an equal class of 1990, well before you were born. So I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Anybody in the audience like to ask a question?
Do we anticipate any fees associated with these? Okay. All right. Because I was going to make a motion to provide a waiver, but we don't need to. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Great.
for the
No problem.
Thank you for your time.
Right?
Yeah.
Anything else before we go with our 6?
Calendar really quick, because
okay,
as it was kind of brought up on the site visits today, we are most likely going to end up with a quorum issue for July 30th and not have enough people to have a meeting. So I've just made some recommendations to try and get this shifted down just 1 week, and then shift down the August 20th meeting, and then everything else lines back up. When I was emailing Karsten earlier today, I mentioned it to him. He said that shouldn't be any conflicts for him either. So looking to see if we still are good, or if there's any quorum issues with August 6th and August 27th. I think you said you can't do August 6th,
You won't be here?
but as long as there's nobody else missing, we'll be fine.
Rick?
I'm fine with both of those dates. So,
Yeah, I'm fine with both too.
and now I don't need to rush back on the 30th.
Just the only thing that I have, I'm going to have on Thursday is meeting on campus until 5, so I'm going to just get directly from campus. So wait for me.
That's ongoing, or that's just that
Every
one day?
Thursday.
Okay,
Every Thursday.
every Thursday.
But I'm leaving Worcester at 5, so I should be here by 6. No problem.
Fingers crossed for you.
Yeah. Should be fine.
All right.
Otherwise,
But good to know if we're ever
I
having.
started on GoToMeeting and
Well, good to know if we have any meetings where we have to have an executive session or something beforehand. So, okay. So if you guys, anyone wants to make a motion to,
Motion to approve the amended schedule.
The one comment I'd make, would 6:30 be easier for you?
No, I think I'm going to make it like by 6. It's only like, what, like half an hour from Worcester. It's not that bad. Should be fine.
All right.
I was just
you've
come
missed
straight.
most of the major traffic at that point.
Yeah, yes, it should be fine.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
San Germain in favor.
Great. Anything else? No.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
So much. I appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys as well.
Excited to see that project.
As am I.
Yes.
All right, now, 6 o'clock.
All right.
Finally.
We'll read the opening statement.
Yes, please.
In the interest of saving time, the Sturbridge Conservation Commission will hold all public hearings tonight for work within a wetland, water body, or resource area, and/or within the 200-foot buffer zone to a wetland, water body, or resource area in accordance with the Mass Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and associated regulations, and the Town of Sturbridge Wetland Bylaws and associated regulations. We will not be reading the newspaper ad. Prior to the opening of the first hearing for each project, the applicant is to submit proof of notification to abutters within 200 feet of the subject property line and proof of the legal newspaper advertisement. If these items are not submitted, the public hearing will not open. Additionally, prior to the start of each public hearing, we will announce the location of the project, the applicant, and the applicant's representative. If any of the visitors have not legibly signed in yet, please do. Also, if any visitors are recording this meeting, please let us know.
Thank you.
Has everybody signed in? It's 2 places.
Open the public hearing for request for determination for 32 Mount Dan Road. Owner, applicant Sheila and Paul McCarthy, SEC file number 26-106, proposed project after the fact tree removal with proposed mitigations. Oh, it dry today anyway, huh?
Yeah, it's much better today. Okay, not really sure how you want us to,
Well, yeah, I think the thing is for you to propose what you plan to do and how you plan to mitigate the,
okay,
what's happened.
okay. So over the last year, there was about 6 to 8 trees removed from our property. And after the fact, we found that these trees were, well, that we should have gone through the process to have them removed. So we have spoken many times with Lori and gotten a lot of information and come up with a plan to mitigate these trees. It's not very professional, but you can see in the red are the trees that were removed. And I think you guys saw those when you came to the house. The proposed trees are the squares, and bushes and other plants would be represented by the more circular green. I didn't have too many green colors, so all the green spots that I have in there are already trees along the water line, and it's still heavily treed through most of the area. The trees that were removed were, in our opinion, dead and dying. There were multiple branches and limbs that would come down anytime we had wind or rain. I did send in some pictures to Lori of limbs that would land. The pine tree that was right by the water's edge, that's the walking path down from the house to the water, and we have damage to the roof and to the roof line and to the gutters, and many large branches that would fall from that pine tree specifically, and right where we walk through. And along our driveway, same thing. Always lots of branches. We got dents in the top of our cars and things from that. There's still some dead trees, I kind of pointed out the other day, that are along the kind of the V section to the right.
There's a pointer there if you want to.
Oh, I'll let you do that.
Yeah, sure.
So over this side, over here.
Oh,
On
this
Stages'
section.
house, up
Oh,
above
okay.
in there.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this.
I think I
this
showed,
section.
pointed out those trees the other day. Our plan is to plant in the top ovoid section. The top portion was kind of always used for parking, so there's not really any trees there. But the lower section where all the square trees are going to be, those were going to be a mixture of red cedar, and what else did I have on there? River birch, and then some dogwoods interspersed. And then I'm all about native plantings, and along that, the driveway on the bottom where all the green circles are, right through there, those are mostly bushes because the power lines are through there, so you can't really put trees back in that area. And so multiple native bushes, and same thing with most of those spots that are lower end. I have what they are, what we had proposed inside here. But it was all the things that you guys had recommended anyhow. So let me see where I put that. So the sweet pepper bushes, there's already a lot of whitewood aster, jewelweed, Adam's needle, spotted joe pye weed, vinca, maple leaf, viburnum, and lots of grape, kind of wild grape bushes throughout the area.
Lauren?
So we conducted the site visit with great weather conditions, but it gave us the ability to see everything, so thank you for letting us get better sight there. We had some former site plan that we were kind of able to go off of and look at some tree removal that had been done over the previous owner. So a total of 11 trees were removed for mitigation that's being proposed. The applicant's presenting 17 shrubs of mixed species and 8 trees of mixed species. I broke it down for disturbance within the buffer zones. So there was the one shade tree within the 25-foot buffer, one tree within the 50-foot buffer, 6 within the 50 to 100, and 3 within the 100 to 200. Obviously, topography is going to be a slight challenge, as is the vegetation up at the top of the driveway with the poison ivy and knotweed and the other invasives that are up at the top too. So that's gonna propose some challenges when it comes to mitigation. Lori, do you have anything to add?
I had recommended to her 10 to 15 native trees and 5 to 10 native evergreen shrubs. When I did the math, there's a huge difference between the square footage for trees if there weren't any root systems left over from those white pine trees, but because we have those root systems that are still there, and with the drought that we're currently in, for trees to survive, I thought it was best to have between 10 to 15 trees. I know usually the commission would prefer a 2-to-1 ratio, but I think given the drought and the amount of root systems, my focus would be more on the trees surviving, and then I would recommend a professional, like a certified arborist or a landscape architect, if you want to move forward with a 2-to-1 ratio to make sure that the trees survive. So yeah, that would be my recommendation.
I mean, I agree with you on the less trees. I mean, I think there's a lot of root systems in that area for sure.
Yeah.
And ledge.
It'd be tough.
So, yeah, I mean,
I thought you were done.
That's good. I am.
well, so, you're saying 10 to 15 trees, plus, the alternate being the bushes. This
Both.
is, right.
Yeah.
This only represents, you said 8, I think I counted 9, but, I mean, we're a little light on trees, and we're a little light on the, on the bank. what are your thoughts on putting something more substantial in the bank?
So I haven't done a site visit by the bank. Lauren would have to speak to that, but yeah, there was that tree removed by the shoreline, and we definitely want shading.
I have to say that, not to be, but
Yeah, go
where
ahead.
that tree was removed, there's a huge oak right next to it, and there's, and then right next to that are stairs down to the water. And so that only place there you could really put a tree is in front of the house. And there's not that much room.
No, there's only about, it's a walking path
I mean-
between the porch and the rock
Yeah.
wall that drops off. We've got pictures, I don't know. Yeah.
So,
Whatever on the
right there.
top section closer to the dock, is there any space up there?
no, those are all trees. It's all trees through
This is
there.
all
In
covered
this area
already.
here.
It starts right where the dock is, trees start.
These are all trees right here. Oh, there's a dock,
So right on this side of the dock is a huge oak tree. And then next to it is where the pine was removed.
Right there.
And it's kind of hanging, it was kind of really tilted towards the water.
There's not much room on the bank itself. That's just literally, that's probably about an arm's width to walk through. Like 2 mowing passes there and 1 mowing pass right there.
And then behind the house, where you can see the pathway right behind the house, that's all hill.
Yeah, this is straight up. These are all trees here. This is the end of the house. The shed that was on the drawing, all these from here on over along the shoreline to the other house, to
Property.
the other property line.
It's all trees.
Is all trees.
So behind the house, is that all grass then?
Where?
By the shoreline?
This right here, right
That's a
now, this
hill.
is all covered with
Like, by the water?
Right there?
this.
Do you have a clicker?
Yes,
Or, one?
That is our piece of grass.
Here.
yes. It looks a lot greener now, but it's still, most of this has root system through it, like coming out, challenging a little bit for the grass, and mowing, but it is all grass right now.
And then the other section, if you go up to the 23, right to the right, that's where we have to park, is like,
Yeah, this is gravel.
so, well, part of the grass portion is also where we have to park. So, right inside of that is
There,
parking,
a spot there.
and
and that-
inside,
and then the-
on this side.
Yep.
No, this side. Right through here is where
There.
we have to park, straight up to the 23.
Right.
So it leaves very little green space that's flat for,
But, you know, as I looked at it, the whole area, excuse me, is steep, tough to plant. Those trees that were in there were invaluable. It was a real mistake to take them out. The lake needs shade in order to stay cool. Everybody will have a looking pool, just like they have in DC, if we all keep cutting. You know. And you have a really hard challenge ahead, but you have to do it. It's as simple as that. Now, as I looked at it and as I heard, and I'm just giving you opinion because I've been on this committee for 42 years, what you need to do is to get a professional to come in and find ideal spots to put in shade trees. Like, the argument, I don't know what the number would be. My number would be, I'm sure I could show you 12 shade trees that are down in that hole, not from just you, but from the previous owner. But have them give you a spot, have them map it, and get us to approve the spots for the trees and the trees, what they are, and put them in. That would be step one from my point of view. It's a mess right now, and I know you're gonna wanna clean it up. So, you know, that's gonna be a part of this, I'm sure. But I don't think you should be looking at people who don't do this for a living. I think you should find somebody that can come in and put those trees in once. And, you know, it won't be cheap. What are we looking for, 2 to 2.5 inch?
1.5 inch caliber DBH.
So that's
I can email it to
the
him.
ball, a good tree. And we can approve a plan. You can go back and forth and argue with us for years. Some people do. That doesn't work.
We don't really
No,
like to argue.
So if you can come in with, it's really two things. You need those steps replaced, coming down. That whole hillside, I would beg you not to put grass on it.
No.
If, you know, put species that augment the lake on it, and go from one end to the other and see if you can get rid of the poison ivy. Nobody else's, you know. So that would be my call on it. To sit here and argue about where we can put a tree or where we can't. If somebody goes down there with a heavy piece of equipment, he'll find out where you can put them and where you can't. You know, there you're going to have areas of sand and ledge, you know.
Right.
So I'm not prone to giving lectures, but that's what I would.
Yeah, I mean, I at the risk of
You're not going to agree.
agreeing with you, you know, I appreciate the volume of the plantings, because certainly, looking at the volume, we certainly meet the 2 to 1. I don't know that what we're talking about here necessarily cures the harm that had been done. And we're certainly not going to do that overnight, right? I mean, it just is what it is. We're going to have to have some patience. But I think the plan to have the individual who did the damage mitigate the damage, I don't know that, you know, I don't know that they have that level of expertise. I was looking at their website. It didn't look like they do a lot of putting in of stuff. They do a lot of taking out. So I don't know that I would feel comfortable looking at this plan and saying, yeah, this is the way we would go, because, I mean, to Ed's point, is this the right placement for these, and are these is this the only placement that we could go with?
Okay.
I'd like to have somebody with a professional eye look at it and make a recommendation. And I know that, Lori, you have some expertise in this area where maybe you could be out there on site to meet with the person to discuss what would make the most sense. Plus, not that you speak for us, but you know what we're looking for. I would think that that's probably a better way of moving forward with this. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
I think like even having less plants isn't going to be a bad thing as long as they're put in the correct spaces. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like I don't.
Right.
There's definitely going to be a cost what we're talking about of having someone come in that knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
But you might not necessarily need to buy as many plants. So that's a
Yeah,
way to look at it.
and when I did put those in, I did measure it out, like, you know, the trees that we were looking to put in, what should be their distance apart from each other. And so I agree, it became very, how are we gonna do this? Because there's just not that much space.
I will add that there are definitely some people that are currently in this room that can probably give you some great recommendations for landscape professionals that do a really good job and can maybe kind of give you some good information.
Okay.
But it looks like we'd be recommending a continuation, but I'd probably suggest going out a couple meetings, just because this might take a little bit of time to prepare and discuss, and that way Lori can work with them too and kind of go for it before presenting something again to the commission, but.
Well, the fall's a good time to plan. So like if we go out a couple of meetings, that's August 27th. So assuming we have an acceptable plan, that would give you enough time to get the contractor in there, get them to
Okay.
do the work. It won't be as dry, hopefully. And give ourselves a chance to get them established through the fall and in the winter. So from a timing standpoint, I think that probably will work out. Flor, you agree?
Yes, I agree. Like for me, like I would like to see at least one shade tree like within the 25 foot. That would be like great, like if we can have that plan.
I mean, if it makes sense, right? We don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because this is a little deceiving. I know you take it purposefully when there are no leaves on your other trees, but there's still a lot of trees in there.
Yeah, that's why like having the.
There's a lot
the
of shade. We still have quite a good amount. So I just want you to have the
no,
full
yeah,
picture.
yeah.
It certainly doesn't look like that. And that hill's all covered with something.
Well, they saw it. They
You
saw it yesterday.
Saw poison
Slide
ivy.
down it, yeah.
They're gonna walk down
Poison-
it.
So
Nope.
much poison ivy in it.
Yep.
So we continue this until the 27th of August. Does that work? Give you guys a little bit of time to come back.
And if you need to
2 meetings
continue it
out.
out further, just stay in touch with Lori and I. And if you need to request a continuance as that gets closer, we can recommend that.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
I know this isn't easy, so we
Well,
appreciate you working with us.
it's been a learning experience, so I really do appreciate it, actually.
Well, you're actually just at grade 1. You're probably going to get up through the 6th grade by the time you're through.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Do we have to vote for the continuation?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I'd like to make a motion.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until August 27th.
Any discussion?
I don't think, yeah,
All in favor? Grab all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
wetland bylaw.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
And Germaine in favor.
All right.
I got a call today saying, oh, you're on the meeting today.
For 5 Turner
I'm
Lane.
sitting there, I just decided to look, but I don't see myself.
All right, we are now
Property?
It wasn't for me.
opening a
No,
public.
no, it was building, but I think they were talking to me today.
We are on, what, 5 Turner
5
Lane?
Turner Lane is next.
Yeah.
5 Glad Road. But the building department said, oh, we approved.
Was there an announcement that
They might
Steve
have
Altman had entered the room?
Not yet, but he did enter the room.
Mixed it with 5 Turner.
5 Lad. I'll talk to them and I'll.
It is a
I'll email
fancy
or call
shirt.
tomorrow to figure out what happened.
Maybe you got a
Maybe
audit,
we-
'cause
Try
I-
not to trespass
Maybe we
on your
posted
land
5
when we were
Turner,
out there
5
on Tuesday.
I think it was a different
Ed
project.
though was
Yeah.
dancing in front of your ring cameras.
Okay.
Yeah, because you didn't work with Deckett, right?
We probably should have. It was raining. I would have
Yeah,
asked you for a
yeah,
towel.
I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll talk to them.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
All right. Open public hearing for the request for determination for 5 Turner Lane. The owner is Paul LeFume. Applicant is Francesca Reyes and Deckett. That's what it says. SEC file number 26-107. Is anybody here for this?
Virtually, let me just get our site up. There we go.
Kevin, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Good. So Kevin, I thought that deck looked perfectly good when we went out and looked at it.
I don't know why he wants to replace it.
I was trying to figure out why you asked me to walk out on it though, Ed.
Yeah, so we're just looking to do a in-kind replacement, and the new footings for it will be helical pile instead of concrete piers.
Okay.
Kevin, you don't, I mean, upon looking at that, you don't think it's gonna get into a grander issue or problem? I mean, that sill rotted right off, and that's what caused that thing to fail. It's not further into the house or anything like that that we gotta worry about?
I don't think so. I mean, it's not too uncommon for there to be, a little bit of sill damage or, plywood and maybe the rim joists, a little bit of damage. That's not too uncommon. So, I'm sure we're just going to repair it and start building the deck.
Okay, all right.
Shouldn't be too big a deal.
All right, Kevin, do you have anything to say for yourself? What do you want to say? You're just going to come in, do it? How long is it going to take? What?
I think it'll probably take about a week.
And everything's going to be removed?
Yeah, we'll have a dumpster there in the driveway, and we'll put everything in the dumpster. We'll knock the old concrete piers down below the surface.
And it's not going any closer to the wetland? Just staying?
No, we're going to build it the exact same footprint.
Okay. I'd like to move it along. Anything from you, Laura?
No comments.
I like it when there's no
Straightforward.
comments.
Yep.
Anything from the public?
Anything from the public? Anybody like to speak to this? No?
Well, with regards to the project at 5 Turner Lane, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Gooden in favor?
German in favor?
With regards to the project at 5 Turner Lane, SEC file number 26-107, I'd like to make a motion to issue a negative determination and pursuant to the Wetland Protection Act and the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions as noted in the detailed agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Gooden in favor?
German in favor?
Well, that's it. That was easy.
That was it.
No waiver.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
no
Thank you.
votes.
Thank
Kevin.
you, Kevin.
Bring us more like this one.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Open the public hearing for a notice of intent for 64 Shepherd Road. Owner applicant Cornerstone Home Buying LLC. Representative is Lori McCool. DEP file number is 300-1259. Proposed project, replacement of a failing septic system.
Hello,
Oh, hey.
I'm Lori McCool. I'm a registered sanitarian, and I'm the one that did the perk and the septic design for 64 Shepherd Road. And I'm not sure how much information you want me to give you, but what we have here is a, when we did the perk test at that point, we had to take a soil sample to get the perk rate, and so it ended up being a Class 2 soil, so it was a 30-minute perk rate. So for the 4-bedroom, we ended up with a raised Elgin system, because the Elgin system does allow for a 40% reduction in size rather than a pipe and stone, so I figured there was less impact with the Elgin system. And we're also, our other limiting factor was the well for the house in the front, so I'm at 100 feet for the well for that particular property. And you can see where this is 100 feet to the well, and that's where I'm starting my leach field right here. And we have these two big pines here, so we're keeping those, just pushed it over this way, so we're not going to impact any, and there's a lot of trees around here, so this was kind of like the open area. We did try perking over here, but there was just a lot of, it was shallow to ledge, so that really eliminated this area. This is where the existing system was, but obviously that was within 100 feet of the well, so I ended up, we're putting some wattles through here to have our 50 feet from our wetland thing there, and it's a repair of an existing leach field, or existing home, and hoping there's really no other option where we can go with that septic system, so we're kind of stuck there.
One question I had is, you have both of those trees remaining standing. Are you going to be able to do that?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
are?
these two big ones right here.
Yep.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I mean they're if you're out there, they're big.
Massive.
They're massive.
So the root system will not
I don't.
get into.
It shouldn't because when we dug these holes here, we didn't hit any roots.
Okay.
So I'm thinking that we should be all set. And it's a raised system, and they're going to have to dig out whatever subsoil, and it's going to be raised up above anyway. So it's not going to be in the ground.
Lori?
Couple questions here. So the plan notes removing the trees on that south end there. I just wanted to confirm the number of trees. It looks like 2, but I just
Oh,
wanted
these
to
two little,
confirm.
oh, these two right here,
Yes.
yes. Yeah, that's like a double tree right there.
Okay. Is the grade changing, or will it be restored to the same grade and seed and loamed afterwards, or
The
it's going to be?
the grade is changing, it's going to be higher than the existing grade there now.
Do you know by how much?
Yeah, let me see, let me grab that real quick. Sticky. Let's see, finished grade is finished grade with cover is 103, and we have about 2.5 feet with final grade. Final grade is about 103.5, and existing grade through that area was, 100, 100, 203, yeah, 101, about 100, I'd say. So it would be about 3.5 feet higher than the existing grade
Okay.
where the 2 deep holes are there, right in there.
I'm going to recommend that a silt fence be used as well,
Okay.
with the straw wattles, just for that change of slope while that's stabilizing, especially if we got rain like we did this
Yeah.
week. That's all gonna wash out, especially
Okay.
while you're stabilizing that again. And then also, I just want to note, this is obviously not part of this project and part of this scope, and we saw that the house is currently in the process of changing hands, but just to note that the trees that are on these backsides
Mm-hmm.
here are all very unhealthy looking,
Oh, are
hazardous
they?
trees, so just having that noted that
Okay. I'll
for
let
the
them know.
process of this permit, these are not being considered for removal, and that if someone comes into the property and wants to address this, they need to go through proper processes with the Conservation
Okay.
Commission or through our tree removal permit process.
Okay.
Those are my comments.
Nope, no, I'm good.
Straightforward.
Gonna wait for her to come back. We have a hardy bear population in the back there, so don't mess with it.
A hardy who?
Bear.
Oh, a bear? Oh. Really? Yeah, that's a little scary.
No, they're everywhere now.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, did you? No cubs, that's the one thing that I always.
Off New
Well,
Boston?
that's it.
What's that?
Off New Boston?
On Westwood.
Westwood?
There was one on New Boston, and my dog would not go in the woods.
Bird Street.
So she was
Almost
like,
every day.
I think she sensed it.
Yeah.
I think we need more trees. More chairs. Yeah, we can probably get 2 right here too.
I just have a quick question while you were just saying that, is with the silt fence and everything, so for here, like how far, like 'cause this grade goes, how far over do we need to put that fence?
I would probably, it's pretty vegetated over in here, so I'd probably go to about,
Like even with those big pines and a little
go
further
to
over?
about here and just kind of curve it up a little bit
Yes,
this way.
okay,
And then curve it on this side, all the way up on this side.
okay.
So that way you're not having anything
So
running down that way.
bring the silt fence up here.
So kind of
Okay.
like a L shape this way, but curve it up a little bit over here.
Okay, very good.
All right, with
Thank
regards to the project at 64 Shepherd Road, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Center money favor.
With regards to DEP file number 300-1259, the project at 64 Shepherd Road, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project pursuant to the Wetlands Protection Act and the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions as noted in the draft order of conditions.
Second.
And the additional
Discussion?
Of the silt fence.
Notes on the silt fence.
of silt fence, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Discussion, none? All in favor? Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Center money favor.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
so much. Have a good night.
Have a lovely evening.
Yes, you too.
Open the public hearing for a notice of intent for 114 Westwood Drive. Owner applicant is Nicole Chaput. Representative is Mark Farrell. Green Hill Engineering. We do not have a DEP file number. Proposed project, install a new well, convert an existing paved surface to impervious, install a new deck, and remove a tree.
Hi, I'm Mark Farrell, Green Hill Engineering, and Nicole and Lisa, property owners. Do you want me to go first, Lauren, or do you want to?
You can give the run-through first, and then I'll follow up.
So basically, this is an existing house on Westwood Drive. The apartment complex is right here, so this is kind of the very end of Westwood Drive. Cedar Lake's down here. There's an existing house now, and what they're proposing to do is to remove some existing pavement. There's a driveway below the house here, remove that pavement and then replace it with a deck that would be level. It's a walkout basement, and the deck would be level with the first floor living. 1, 2 is they have an existing shallow well over here, or dug well, and they would like to replace that with a drilled well and put that up in this corner of the property. And lastly, they would like to improve the parking situation there, and there's really nowhere to, they could park down here, but they want to get something in this area right here level with their first floor. So they're proposing to gravel this area and use that as parking. So the deck, there would be an improvement to the resource area because there's pavement underneath here now, and they'll remove that pavement and either grass it over or put some sort of pervious patio to allow water to infiltrate back into the ground. To get the well in, they want to remove this big oak tree here, and for several reasons. One is to gain access to put the well in the back here. Number one. Number two, it's a mature tree. It's dropping its lower limbs, and they're just concerned for the vehicles and people and children in the area. And lastly, if it goes over, there's an existing house right next door here, or their house. It's a towering oak, and they're just concerned for that if it does go over and land on the house, they'll have a major problem. So when we're out there, there was some discussion about an alternate configuration to get in the driveway here, and one possibility was to come down and then turn back up in here. But that would amount to be basically doing a U-turn in a driveway. It would just be a very difficult situation to get in there. The other is just to tuck it in high up here, but this driveway drops off here. And there's a grinder pump here. So they either have to be moved, or you just can't cover over the top of the grinder pump because the service of the access is at grade. So it would have to bring fill in to make it work up in here. To mitigate the loss of the tree, they've said they would be willing to replant some trees, so maybe some arborvitaes down here, possibly. Maybe a red maple tree over in here, which would be close to the lake. Would be a possibility for those. They also a little bit concerned about the water running down the driveway. Lauren had mentioned that, and it just kind of keeps going down. There's an old remnants of a boat ramp right in here. So my suggestion would be is to put some sort of berm at the bottom of the driveway here, just to make sure that the water gets diverted over to this lawn area and then it can soak in versus having a direct shot into the lake. Currently, there is a timber right here that's basically doing that. We were out there in that inclement weather Monday or Tuesday, and there was water flowing down the driveway, but it was getting diverted from this timber here. I think it was just like a stop for vehicles, so they didn't go any further. And it was getting diverted down here and soaking in. So I think that's to make sure that stays that way. I think a berm there, directing over there, would be better than letting it continue right down into the boat ramp.
Okay. Lauren?
I want to.
Well, wait, Lauren, either of you two want to speak, because we don't want to, we don't want to get in trouble.
I think Mark covered it for us. Thank you.
Nothing? Okay, go ahead, Lauren.
I just want to start off with, from the department head comments, just pointing out our town planner, Jean Boubon's comment. The lot is non-conforming and ZBA approval will be required for this work. It appears the proposed deck will meet the setbacks. However, the percent of lot coverage existing and proposed is not noted on the plan. The maximum is 15%. If the proposal will comply with the setbacks and lot coverage, a determination should be applied for. Any increase in nonconformity will require a special permit. Depending on the type of application needed, that meeting may be in July or August. If this appears to be an application that the commission is willing to approve, the applicant should have her consultant calculate the lot coverage and add that to this, and add the setbacks to the plan, and file an application with this office so that can be scheduled. So just pointing that out, especially if there's gonna have to be some plan revisions to calculate that in there, so you can get the ball rolling with Jean. You know she's retiring soon too, so if you wanna get
It's on
that
the
going.
End of July, I think, right?
August.
End of August.
August, yeah. Mid-August, I think, but. As far as my notes go, thank you for pointing out at the bottom of the driveway. This was obviously great weather conditions to be able to see how that performs. You know, we talked about it on site as well and asking, I know you said you didn't spend a lot of time out there on the winter yet, but I do see that kind of being an issue with pooling and collecting ice, which is a safety hazard. While we were on the site with that rain, we were able to kind of see how not only the water is kind of pooling there, but it's bringing down sediment from the road that's directly getting distributed into the lake. So one option would be to berm it, but if that, I would like to see some type of riprap channel or something leading downwards just to catch any of that sediment, and that can be something that you just clean out. Or if you want to replace that berm completely and just kind of do some type of detention basin there too, again, something to kind of just let the water disperse a little slowly, that'll be easy for you to maintain as a property owner. It'll be better interest for the lake for sediment that's washing in, better for your driveway, long-term overall kind of benefits for everybody really there. The plan here does say for the portion that's underneath the deck that it would be grass or paver patio, so I think just getting confirmation of what that final is going to be, so that can be noted for the record and for the plan. We did talk while we were on site also about, you know, what options there were to try and achieve what you're looking to get without having to cut down that oak. But we did notice the birch up at the top here, that is not looking so great, and it is recommended that as part of this process that be considered for removal as well, and we look at some mitigation, so that way that's not something that causes a problem for you down the road. And it is up there by your sewer pump as well. For what you're proposing for the gravel, what type of grading and excavation is gonna be required to make that happen, and how will you be keeping the gravel where it's supposed to be for that area?
So you can't just put gravel down, they have to dig out the topsoil there, probably to a depth of about a foot, and then they put, it's all gravel there, so just want to get down to a firm base for the driveway.
Right here?
What's that?
No, for the,
Oh,
where
up
they're
top.
proposing for the gravel.
Up top, because you don't want to have because you just put gravel on top there, it'll just sink in as the cars drive in there. So you got to excavate out the loam and a little bit of the subsoil and have at least a foot of a hard packed gravel there so you could drive on it and snow blow it or shovel it, whatever you want to do. So they'd have to dig out about a foot of soil.
And then will
replace it
there
with-
be anything around the perimeter? I know sometimes they do like the landscaping, the plastic landscaping
they
liner,
could,
or
but you
2x4s or something, just to prevent that from running down.
Put some timbers along it just to define it.
That's my questions.
I mean, the only thing I'd say is I think that oak you guys are talking about is in worse shape than when we were standing there. Because I saw some conchs at the bottom of it. There's an old chain that we had talked about, so I'm not opposed to taking that tree out, is what I'm saying, so. Just wanted to kind of discuss that a little. If you guys feel like we should have an arborist look at it or whatever, that's fine. It's just that I do think, just looking at it right off the top, there was some fruiting bodies of some fungus that was down by the root system that would kind of indicate that there's something going on down at the root system as well. So.
What would your thoughts be if we were to consider that the replacement of the red maple versus maybe a sugar maple that would, over time,
Get larger.
a sugar maple is going to get higher and give more canopy, and especially as those other trees that are down
Yeah.
towards
We could do
the
something a little
shoreline,
hardier.
they're likely going to die at a certain point while that maple is maturing.
Yeah, and see, that's kind of what we're talking about, how it's obviously compartmentalized and it's calloused around it, but it still just definitely gives a problem to the tree. So that would be concerning for me. Then you can see down at the bottom right, that's what I was talking about with the fruiting bodies, like of the fungus down there, so.
So it would be adverse to putting a sugar maple in there, just down by the water. I think a red maple might be a better species to put, because it's wet down there.
It'll establish better probably,
Yeah.
down there. You could
But
try
if
to
they
do something
replace
bigger
that
up
birch
high.
tree, you could put a sugar maple up on that banking.
You could do that for sure, yeah.
That would be,
So if we did a red down by the bank, and a sugar up top, just to, I mean, the simple fact of the matter is, there are trees in front of that are providing some canopy, but that's a big tree with a
Yes, it
big
is.
canopy,
Yeah,
and
totally
it's
is.
absolutely shading the lake, right? So if we're gonna consider that, I would want to make sure that whatever we're doing is gonna, over time, provide this, I mean, well, you were here earlier, we have a lot of trees coming down around the lake, and our lakes are not exactly in the healthiest shape right now because of it, so.
This is the
Were you
birch.
proposing the sugar maple?
The sugar maple, and maybe we could replace the birch with
We'd have
that.
to look it up
Where the
there.
birch
Yeah, I
is
don't know
at?
if
Is the birch by the road, or where's
Birch is
Birch
up
is
on
by the road.
Sugar maples are super sensitive to salt, so that would be my concern. They don't do well with salt.
Just
Yeah.
thinking of something that's going to be, because what's, a red maple is gonna max out at about 50 feet, right?
No, they'll go with all.
They can get bigger. Yeah, they do good in wetlands. I mean, there's other options too, like,
For the lake itself, I mean, if it grows right there, it'll shade out the lake pretty well, you know what I'm saying? Right on the edge there, yeah. Fortunately, that's a massive tree, but I do think regardless in the next.
what about a eastern red cedar? How do you feel about that tree?
You get along the lines of an arborvitae with that feel, you know, I mean, a little bit, it's not quite as much, but it would still give you the same kind of feel going.
Okay.
You can get arborvitaes and put them in pots and you can move them around.
Big enough to sell.
just lend them to your neighbors down on the
Yeah.
lake, right, when they need
For
it.
If your
clarification,
neighbor on one side, you don't like them, put the
are
arborvitaes
you
on
looking
that
for a
side.
2-to-1 mitigation or a 1-to-1 since we're kind of requesting with the birch?
I'm okay with 1-to-1 on the birch. I mean, and the thing is too, is they could top the birch, I mean, and then let it go for a while if they wanted to. It's just that the boar's kind of got the top of it and it's slowly going to decline, so.
I would recommend.
If they're going to do a revised plan, they can show those plantings. Just to clarify what your expectations would be if you'd be looking to see 2 trees on there, 3 trees on there. Just
All right?
I would
Or-
say, bring us 2 for the oak, and if you wanna replace the,
Let's all go through them.
Sounds like you guys want some arborvitaes down there
We do.
anyway, so I don't think
Making a
that's going to be
decision,
right.
Okay, yeah. Laura, what do you think?
I agree with what was said, like getting like a replacement for at least like 2 for that one, and ideally near the shore of Cedar Lake.
Yeah. Well, I'm opposed to the removal of the oak, as I had said at the, I think you have the bones of a really good plan. I mean, you've got your well going in here, and if you can cut, I mean, the white birch is, I love white birch, but that one is on its way out. That, you know, the oak is not on its way out. You know, maybe someday, but, you know. I would just prune this tree, cut the corner, and come in here, put this in the way you want it to, and cut some tar off. You put some plants in there. And that would be the way that I would operate on it.
What you're saying is moving the new parking area more towards the corner where that other tree is.
The white birch?
Yeah,
I
so
would take the
moving
white birch out.
that one
Yeah.
out, but then like all this area right now.
Leave that one tree.
But the idea for them is to park there, so they're not going to be able to park, so like move this that way.
Yep.
So that they could do it. That's not.
Oh, man,
That's not gonna work because of the slope and the grinder being right there, right?
That
There's a lot of
completely
slope.
drops off, like that, from the road and the driveway, it completely drops off.
And you got a grinder pump there, they're not rated to drive over, so that this would have to be moved
Yep.
somewhere.
You'd have to figure that out. You're right.
What if the mitigation was
If you take
kept
that
at,
tree, what?
what if the mitigation was kept at 2-1 and they decrease the grass by the lakeside to help filtration by Cedar Lake? Because we could increase, the canopy and shrubs where the grass is.
My feeling on the site is that they have a lot of good shade trees at the front already on the water side.
Ditto, yeah.
So a big shade tree here, and then there's a big cluster of them
So
over
if
here.
the part about the maple, if they do that, I'm just telling you that you're taking down that big oak. It's a naughty thing to do. It's not good for the lake, and that's it. And it's not dying or dead. I mean, it is going to die. I can guarantee you that, but I'll go before that does. I'm sure of that.
You've been here a long time, Ed, I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You've been going for a while, but
Yeah, I'll take my shirt off and say, oh, no, this guy's out of here.
I have one other question for clarification. I think we talked about it on site, but I can't remember. If the oak is approved for removal, are you grinding it down and then doing what you need to do, or are you taking it out and cutting the roots where the driveway is?
I would recommend grinding it down because, if you take it out, it's gonna, with it, the driveway will go.
Right.
Well, but on the other hand, you did say that you were going to dig down a foot on that side. As soon as you start doing that, you're going to be, encountering roots. And, you're going to create a whole mess on that side. So, they're giving you the smooth side, but it isn't necessarily the smooth side.
All right.
Got enough input?
So
You want to vote now?
we can't because we don't have a file
We
number.
don't have a DEP.
I just figured I'd give you the
What's that? We have to make revisions to the plan, we don't have a DEP file number yet.
Okay.
They must be back.
but other than
because we
that, we're
submitted this like
perfect.
3 weeks
Anything
ago,
else?
so they, pardon?
Anything else you want to, with this? Motion to continue?
August 6th work for you?
Sure.
And then we'd need plan revisions 1 week prior to that?
Yes.
We can't be here.
All right. With
Okay.
regards,
You can call in remote if you want to.
Okay.
Are you gonna be somewhere you can call, or
Yeah.
if you want to spend your vacation that way, or?
I hope so. I hope the internet's okay. We don't know.
so the 6th then? Is that what we're talking about?
Are you okay with that?
So with regards to the project at 114 Westwood Drive, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until August 6th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
German in favor.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Now we are open public hearing for a request for determination for applicability for 9 Cove Drive. You're out of here.
Excuse myself and
Yeah.
walk over there.
Oh, we kicked him off the table and everything? Oh, jeez.
What do you think? It gets a-
I've
I think it gets a-
I've recused myself and just been quiet before, but no, you actually have to represent this
I
one.
know, I'm there.
The other
Unfortunately,
thing is,
things
he's never
happen, so
been
I'm
quiet
here.
before.
Terrified. All right, that's true.
Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Nick Gravel.
All right, but I didn't finish it. Let me
I'm
go.
already screwing up.
Request for determination applicability for 9 Cove Drive. Owner, Dave Fitzgerald, applicant Representative Nick Gravel, SCC file number 26-97, proposed a conversion of a concrete walkway to permeable pavers, walkway with granite steps, okay?
Yep, so as you can see, kind of on this thing here, it's just basically, there's a walk that's about 150 square feet coming from the driveway down to the front set of steps, and where that line is right there, I'll be adding another 150 square feet of permeable pavers down to the lower area with 6 granite steps. Everything that I excavate will be brought right into the trailer. Nothing gets put on site, nothing gets put on the ground. Everything stays either in one of the vehicles. We have no staging areas. Any of the pavers come off a trailer, so nothing stays on the ground at all.
Lauren?
Lauren?
Project is within an already disturbed area that is currently yard. There are signs of erosion in that area from where you can see that people are walking down. So overall, this would be an improvement to the site and a benefit to prevent that erosion. Erosion controls would obviously be used for any sediment that might come down during the project. It's not that steep of an area, but still would be recommended. Other than that, no concerns for this project.
And you said you're putting a pervious patio in. Is your applicant aware of whatever maintenance work needs to be done to make sure that it's...
for sure.
Okay.
All right.
We've had some pervious patios become impervious.
Oh, for
so.
sure, absolutely.
Oh, you're not down there? Just checking. As far as the size of the
The size of it?
yeah.
So it's 300 square feet altogether.
No, I'm talking each step.
4-foot wide step, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yep, granite steps.
Okay. Any chance that we can get you to take some grass out down at the bottom and put in some wetland plants?
If that's what you guys want to do, I mean, I can definitely run it by.
Within the 25 feet, we're trying to improve it every time we get a chance. You're going to be digging down there.
I'm going to be within the 50. If that's what you guys want to do for something like that, I'm sure we can make it work.
Okay, I'd like to see it. Wouldn't you? Yeah. And Eric loves it when you do that.
Act as if I want to excavate in the lake. No, you're not doing anything inside of the 50.
I'm not doing anything inside the 50, so. I'd rather not dig anything, quite frankly, down by the water. If I did, even for planting or anything, I feel like, especially this time of year, just for any kind of issues, if we did get a downpour or anything like that.
Everything's outside of the 50. I don't know that we need.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, if they want to do it, great.
I know you want them to have grass down there.
And I want them to put fertilizer down, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right.
Make sure you use all the herbicides, pesticides, fungicides.
For the record,
Anybody
that's a
in the
joke.
audience like to speak to this? See some Cedar Lakers there, yeah?
He's great.
What?
He's great.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, my God.
I'm a lucky guy.
I tell you.
All right, well, with regards to the project at 9 Cove Drive, SEC file number 26-97, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Central money favor.
All right, with regards to SEC file number 26-97, the project at 9 Cove Drive, I'd like to make a motion to issue a negative determination for the project pursuant to the Wetlands Protection Act and Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions as noted in the detailed agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Does he have to say abstain, or he just like not on the vote?
You
He already,
recused.
yeah, he
Oh.
recused at the beginning. So that'll just cover that.
Floor, did you, did we vote? Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Central money favor.
All right. All right, you can come back to this side.
All right, thank you guys so much.
All right. Continue the public hearing for notice of intent for 79 Paradise Lane. The owner is Sarah Yaffe, Sturbridge Builders, Inc., LLC. Representative is Christopher McClure, McClure Engineering, DP file number 300-1260. Proposed project, construction of a single-family home with associated appurtenances. Okay?
Hey, good evening. Chris McClure, McClure Engineering, here on behalf of Sturbridge Builders, Sariafi, regarding the construction of a single-family home, as was just stated. The property is on 79 Paradise Drive. It's on the north side of Big Alum. They're proposing to construct a single-family home with a two-car garage. We chose the location, a driveway. It's a private well, but there is municipal sewer on this, in this area of town, so they will be connecting to the municipal sewer. There is a resource, isolated resource in the back portion of the property. Right over here, we will be not doing any disturbance within, well, just some grading within the 100-foot here. And then there's another resource area on, looking at this plan, I'll say it's to the north because it's the top side of this plan. And you can see where the 200-foot comes down in through this area here. It's a wooded lot, obviously, undeveloped at this time. One of the few left on that road. So, due to the number of trees, we chose to highlight the trees that would be remaining as part of this development. So you can see most of the trees that will be coming down, as was shown at the site walk, were hemlocks that are dying. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission has.
So second site visit, we went through and looked at all of the trees that were proposed to remain. The first hearing, everything was proposed to be cleared within this whole area, so I'm glad to see that we were able to go through and identify some that we're saving. There's a lot of opportunities for stormwater containment over here, given the slope, with this basin added as well too, so thank you for getting those added. As far as construction phasing goes, the tree protection in this area might be a big challenge as you're going in and cutting the other trees. So I think it'd be, I think kind of getting an idea at a pre-activity meeting of what equipment's going to be used to remove all of the dead hemlocks, because we did see there's a lot of dead hemlocks on site, a lot of downed trees on site. So trying to get in there, take those down. Once you have your driveway access in to be able to access where the house site's going to be, it'll all kind of be straightforward from there, but it's going to be very, as far as the pre-activity, it's going to be very meticulous for how we're accessing these areas without doing significant damage to root disturbance in this area, and being very cautious of where materials are being stockpiled throughout, and making sure that the plan is being followed and the order of conditions are being followed for this project. So I would just strongly recommend that as this project is moving forward, whoever is going to be the project manager for this is really staying on top of every contractor that's on site and making sure that everyone is familiar with the order of conditions, everyone is familiar with the plan, and not kind of going beyond that. If any problems were to arise or any concerns do arise, bringing those to calling the office first before trying to problem solve on your own, just so we don't end up in a situation where the site is completely washing out, where trees that are intended to stay are suffering from significant root damage. We've seen projects similar to this with this type of slope that does meet the requirements in that curved driveway that are able to perform really well during construction, so I'm not too concerned specifically, but it's all kind of based off of who's overseeing this project. Conditions would be pretty standard for a new single-family home. But I think that this basin at the base of the driveway is going to be a big positive impact for everything below grade, seeing the resource area down there and also the road itself. Obviously, this is a private road. The town plows it and they've got the sewer pumps, but there is no ongoing maintenance. So trying to make sure that that area is well maintained for, you know, being kind neighbors as well too will be important. There's a significant amount of vegetated buffer for either the property lines, and I think that we'd probably want to include a condition for a simple operation and maintenance plan to be incorporated for maintaining all the stormwater systems as well. And with this plan documenting all the trees, with the as-built documenting the trees at the end on the as-built too for ones that have survived. If there's any losses, documenting those and doing a 2-to-1 mitigation for anything that's supposed to be protected that doesn't survive.
Nick?
Sounds good to me. I think after we talked about the trees the first time, you guys did a good job, I think, of saving some good trees.
So, just listening to your concerns, is there any need to build in some construction sequencing into the plan that you guys have checkpoints at different spots throughout the project?
That's pretty standard with most of the order of conditions under the pre-activity, and then I'll add any other points where I want someone to call before the next phase moves forward. With the pre-activity, we'd recommend, we'll definitely want to see some tree protection around some of those more isolated trees. So like the one that's up in this area, because all of this is obviously getting cleared. These will also be good sun buffers too. So just kind of going through that, but
So is that built into the order of conditions to give you the confidence that it's not going to become a problem, or do we need to build that into the order of conditions?
I'd build it all in the order of conditions, and document all of those checkpoints and what needs to be done, including tree protection, which is usually all incorporated in just under the standard conditions. So just really communicating to you all that are owning the property and overseeing it, that every person that you hire, make sure they're familiar with it and they know it. And, you know, sometimes when you send that other person in to go do the project, they're used to doing things a certain way, especially people that may not have worked in Sturbridge before, and they get a little excited, and all of a sudden we get phone calls for things we shouldn't have to deal with, and that becomes a burden on you as well. So like trees that get cut down that aren't supposed to get cut down and things like that we've seen time and time again by the contractors that are coming in.
Okay.
I have an example coming up tonight.
Oh, okay.
Of a monstrous tree, and we're looking for an as-built, and the thing looks like a huge beaver ate it. So.
Well, it wasn't me. My teeth are.
It wasn't.
All right, I'm good at it.
But there's no way we can sequence this? I mean, as far as when you put the driveway in, take all the dead stuff out? Just some type of,
We would sequence it for that portion of it, but usually with the pre-activity meetings, meeting with the main contractor and kind of seeing what they're presenting as far as what's your step A, then what. That's usually how we do our pre-activity meetings too. And for more complicated projects, trying to get that in writing or with timelines as well. But I'll outline the basics of what that should include in the order of conditions, as well as each checkpoint for when we should be doing activity meetings. And then obviously we do inspections throughout projects too, especially if there's significant rainfall or snowfall.
There'll be a plan on site at all times, right?
Sorry?
There'll be a plan on site at all times.
So there should be a plan and a copy of the order of conditions in everybody's hand.
I believe you. Okay. Anything, Laura?
I'm okay.
Public? All right.
Anyone
Hearing
public like to
none,
speak
I'd like
to
to
this?
make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
She second, yeah.
I think.
In favor?
Yeah, Nick Gravel in favor.
Eric Asbar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
San Germain in favor.
All right, with regards to the project DP file number 300-1260 at 79 Paradise Lane, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project pursuant to the Wetlands Protection Act and the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions as noted in the draft order of conditions.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor.
Eric Asbar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
San Germain in favor.
Thank you for
Thank you very
taking
much.
Thank you very much.
all of our notes seriously and incorporating it in the plan. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue the public hearing for notice of intent for 66 Westwood Drive. Applicant is Shante Algu.
Did you do all your motions?
We only needed to do one.
Two? I think they did two.
We closed it and then did the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. I'm just used to so many,
Well,
but it
you
seems weird.
you did me a favor and
Yes.
consolidated the two motions into one. I appreciate that. You saved me some time.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Hello.
The crew, huh? All right, CP file number 300-1261, proposed project construction of a new single-family home with associated appurtenances.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, I'm back. I'm here representing New England Environmental Design, and I'm here to speak on the project. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
How you doing?
Good, how's it going? So we are proposing the construction of a single-family home on a 11.64 acre property located on Westwood Drive. The parcel extends behind several homes along Westwood Drive, and it consists of approximately 1,673 feet of shoreline along Cedar Pond. It is located on the western edge of Cedar Pond. Throughout the property, there are access paths currently existing that can be navigated by automobiles. They lead to a existing clearing close to the edge of Cedar Pond, which we took a site walk out to the other day and saw there was house stakes out there and buffer zone stakes. We walked down to the water's edge where there are some stones that line the bank, retaining the shoreline, where there's a small recreational area that previous owners have utilized, chairs and campfire. The remainder of the property is currently undeveloped and remains wooded. The purpose of this proposed work, this NOI, is to construct a 6,000 square foot house adjacent to the clearing that exists along the shoreline. The house is to be located outside of the 50-foot no structure zone and is providing enough room for a backyard between the house and the 25-foot no disturbance zone along Cedar Pond. To access the area of the property, a driveway approximately 900 feet long will be required. The entire driveway is proposed outside of the 100-foot buffer zone and all resource areas on the property. A set of stairs and landings constructed of, I'm not actually sure if the clients want pressure treated or paver blocks, a masonry stepway down to the water's edge. They're proposed from the top of the slope behind the house to the edge of the clearing down by Cedar Pond that I mentioned earlier. And it ends just outside the 20-foot no disturbance zone. Additionally, we're requesting a removable dock just at the edge of Cedar Lake by this existing clearing. The entire property generally slopes from Westwood Drive to Cedar Pond, and so stormwater management is being utilized to ensure that there is no increase in flow to Cedar Pond due to the work that is proposed. The stormwater was designed for full treatment of stormwater, and it meets full compliance with the stormwater management. And if there are any questions, we'll take them. Oh, and on the sidewalk, there was one question I recall. I think Lauren asked that we show impervious surfaces that we're wanting on the property, such as walkways around the proposed house to be shown. I did not get you an updated plan because I'm told this 6,000 square foot box that we have shown on the plan it includes the area that would be walkways around the house. So the actual house is not going to be one big giant block. It will fall within that footprint and not outside the envelope. And that is the project. And there is no on-site sewage proposed because sewer is available. So there will be a sewer line leading from the house pumped to the sewer out in the street.
Lauren?
So starting off with this lot, I think, congratulations, it's a beautiful lot and it will make a great home. I think that generally we can say that we're glad to see that it's just one house that's going to be up there. So kind of getting into my notes here, which some of them you did already address, but I'm just going to run through them anyway. One of my comments on the limit of clearing here. So you currently have it going up to the edge, which there is a trail that's kind of walking trail that's kind of going down along this edge too. So you have your limit of clearing as your erosion control here, and that does go up to that 25-foot line at the top of the slope. My recommendation is to bring that back about 10-15 feet to give some more root protection to all of these trees on this area, just to reduce any potential impact, especially because these trees are all growing on a slope. That the closer we're getting to root disturbance in here, the more likely you are to damage that system and cause those to kind of be damaged either towards your house or towards the lake. So I would request to see the limit of clearing coming back more from the lake. Although it does go beyond our jurisdiction, the limit of clearing does kind of stop at that 200-foot buffer in this area. I would like to see where that kind of ends, just so that way it's documented, just for the clarification of, is all of this going to be cut basically up to the edge of the property line, just to be very clear of where that will go. I've noted the stockpile location here, and I'm wondering if there's going to be additional stockpiling closer to the house throughout construction. Since we do have to do some revisions on this plan too, I think it would be beneficial for the commission to kind of see the impacts by the buffer zone. So seeing how much alteration is being made within the 25-foot, the 50-foot, the 100, and the 200 to really kind of see that impact overall. Again, this is a very large site, but we still kind of want to take all that into account. Similar to one of the projects that we just reviewed here, I would like to do some selective cutting in this area versus clear cutting everything within that limit of clearing, seeing what can be worked around, trees to remain, partially just so you don't have to go back and try and replace significant trees that are going to work for your stormwater protection and shade and a million other resources for wildlife habitat into the lake. So taking another look at that for what can be salvaged within this area. Obviously, we would do conditions for the long-term maintenance, but making sure it's clear for the long-term maintenance of the stormwater systems and the driveway swale. It's a very, very long driveway, and if you're not maintaining that, all those drainage ditches along the side are going to fill up, same with the stormwater system itself, which I think is within the stormwater report, but I'm working on getting through that in more detail. And you did say
I
that
believe it is towards the end. There's a little bit of maintenance plan. I myself, I didn't do the stormwater reports, so I'm a little unfamiliar with that too.
Okay. And then you did clarify that that would be a temporary dock. I don't see a detail on the stairs themselves, unless I missed it. Oh, 'cause it's kind of just a straight way down. But we would want to see some details for the stairs as far as where the posts are going, how many posts are going to be required going that way down, because that is going to be considered disturbance within the 25-foot buffer and structures within the 50, so that does require a waiver. It is an already disturbed area, but we do want to see that detail so that way the commission can make their best decision there. you clarified that the block that you're seeing for the house itself is kind of going to encompass all of the details, including foundation, deck, and patio. So I think that would kind of be up to the commission if you're comfortable with just kind of knowing that everything will be contained within that area, or if you want to see more specifically, I think kind of my bigger one would be pool, if there's going to be an in-ground pool, of having that actually specifically called out, just because that's something that would be within the buffer zone that we'll want to condition. And also to kind of gauge impervious surfaces versus pervious. So if you're doing like paver patios versus just an asphalt or concrete patio out there. And one other thing that I'd like to add that I don't think is necessary for the part of the hearing process, but for long-term benefits for both the property owners and for the commission, is surveying all those trails that are out there. We know that there's a significant number of trails that are on this property, understanding that it's private property, but throughout the years, a number of residents in the area, made trails through. I think it'd be very important to get those marked, partially for if there's any trails that you want to keep down the road or improve upon down the road, but also so say 5 years down the road, someone's on the aerial imagery and sees new trails on there too, that you have it documented what's on there, and kind of going forward, we know what's there versus what might be created, because it's a large site to keep your eyes on, and I think it would just be an important factor to include for everyone's benefit. So those are kind of my general comments there. I think there's just a lot of smaller details that kind of need to be worked out for this property, for this project.
Okay.
Okay, could I just because I can't see the screen myself, I apologize, it's my fault for not being there. Your first note on bringing back the limit of work by the pond, where exactly was that, by the end of the?
The limit of clearing that goes up to the 25-foot buffer at the top of the slope.
Okay, so right about where the proposed
Between the
stairs
erosion,
are.
yeah, basically between the 25-foot to the 50-foot buffer in front of the house.
Lauren, can you show me like where is that? What is the in the plan? I cannot see it. The limit of clearing. How is it marked?
I think it's that,
Is the
almost
dash?
wavy.
I see the erosion.
So the erosion control is the limit of clearing for
Okay.
this. So going down, up this way, down to the 25-foot buffer. This area where the stairs is already a walkway that had been utilized. Then you've got your 25-foot buffer, and then the erosion controls kind of hovering that 25-foot buffer line, and then it turns. So the erosion control is serving as the limit of clearing. So with that presumption, it'd basically be everything that is in here would be clear cut, unless we're more specific for what is not cut. And a lot of that is, for this, there's a lot of stormwater systems that are being part of this project too, which will be a great benefit to keeping the lake clean. So we don't want to compromise those at all, but there's definitely some areas, like I said, protecting the root systems between that 25 and 50-foot buffer up here, because all those trees that are remaining will be on the slope. And then even in this area here, trying to either bring this back more, bring back that limit of clearing, or selectively go in and flag what you propose to keep and have that reviewed again by the commission, similar to what we had just done for the other new construction project.
You got that, Zach?
I think so. Honestly, I might ask for a little sketch of that from Lauren or somebody that is present there. I'm having trouble knowing the exact area. I get what you're saying. The exact area on the plan, I'm a little
I
fuzzy.
can share my screen. It sometimes lags a lot when I do, but let's give it a try. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. Crystal.
Okay. So this area here, where you've got your limit of clearing, trying to bring it back here. Because right now there's a trail that's kind of walking this area at the top of the slope. But if you have your limit of clearing literally up to this edge, that can compromise all the root systems for these trees on the top up here. And then looking for ways if we can either bring this back this way or selectively kind of going in and seeing what trees we can keep. If we can clear a little bit less, I understand that it's a huge lot and it's one house, but it's a long driveway and you do need a lot of room for the house itself and the stormwater systems, but can we do a little less?
Okay, I know the exact areas you're talking now. We'll see what we can do.
And even, the cart roads that are already there, I understand it's already disturbed, but is that an area that you can do some landscape planting and, bring some diversity for the plants that are already there too, so.
Okay.
Right?
I think a lot of the same things that you were talking about, I just have questions on. Like, that big box, I think, just throws me off a little bit, I guess, just to know what's going to be inside of it. I don't know if it's something I need to know, but about it.
Was that a question on the house footprint?
Yeah, it's a little bit on the house footprint. It'd be nice to see like a landscape plan,
Yeah.
if possible. You know what I'm saying? Just to kind of see what you guys are thinking. Is it
Yeah, I know we have our limit of work shown where we have it there in front where you're asking it to be reduced because we're trying to give them some yard space. It was actually news to me that whole thing was not house so I don't know where the house, the face of the house ends there in proximity to the pond. I just want to make sure we have some yard for them up there if possible. I think that's reasonable.
I don't think anybody's arguing with you, Zach. It's light on the details, right? So,
Yeah. So we're arguing about the details.
right, yeah. So let's get the details. Yeah, because as it sits right now, it looks like we got a 6,000-foot slab just going in there. So, which I'm pretty sure you don't want to live on a 6,000-foot slab. So, if we could get that, that would be helpful. Is there going to be a full basement?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not a slab.
But no. It's not gonna be 6,000 square foot. He just did that, so that's enough for,
Yeah, I know our stormwater system accounts for up to 6,000 square foot, up to a 6,000 square foot house, and then whatever other impervious area we have shown, driveway and whatnot.
There are some really big trees, so, around the house, so that's why we did such a big block, so, nothing falls on the house or
Yeah.
anyone or.
Makes
There's
sense.
Pretty tall trees around.
We get comfort from detail. It makes us more comfortable.
Would you want to
He should've
see
showed up,
a landscaping plan as part of the hearing process, or would you want to do a landscaping plan once the lot, thinking forward, once we get to an approval process, agreeing to a limit of clearing and selective trees and whatnot, would you want to see a landscaping plan as part of your hearing process, or a landscaping plan once they do that cutting to kind of get a better idea of what the new canopy would be like? Definitely adding some landscaping into that infiltration basin too, because that's actually going to help it improve even better. But just kind of thinking ahead as we're working through these processes with some of those minor details, I'm wondering if it would be more of a benefit to do a landscaping plan as a minor change once the clearing's been done and you've had a better chance to see what that new canopy is.
Yeah, we don't want to mislead them either, so,
Yeah, I don't want to make them.
yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to say if this, because obviously if
More
there's
details
going to
we
be
can
some
get, the sooner we
revisions
can
on
get
the
them.
plan and everything as well, but
I haven't been here long, but I haven't seen, I don't know what the house, normally I would see some kind of
Right,
plan.
see a
You know what I'm
house.
saying? So in the case of this.
With details on it.
it's- I feel like if we voted, we would be voting on a 6,000 square foot house.
Yeah.
are you already working with an architect?
Not yet. We were waiting on this to, kind of move forward.
We're kind of taking baby steps and clearing out the trees first, and then kind of see what we have to work with, and then go from there.
The goal was to get the driveway clear and get the driveway in and clear around the house, and then, it's gonna be a 2-3 year process.
Do we do like a tree cutting plan? Can we approve something like that ahead of time? I mean, I know what
I
you're
mean, I
saying,
think we
like, you
could
don't
kind
wanna
of
say
treat it
something-
how we did with that last one of, having the consultants meet with their clients, either on site or, discussing it with them of where they, hearing the concerns of bringing in the limit of clearing and trying to cut less, have them kind of talk about what they're going to be happy with and what they can put on a plan and do it as a revised plan. And then if we do what we just did with that other project of having them actually go into the property and flagging trees that they want to save and put those, or that they're proposing to save, and putting those on the plan so we can kind of, it's very clear. And then of course, you're still working on the details of the house, but trying to get a more clear vision of the smaller details on the house, or as best you can without having gotten to your architectural plans yet.
Yeah. What do you think, Eric?
I mean, I think in general, this is a project that we can probably approve with some adjustments. I just don't remember, like, I've been here almost 9 years, and I haven't just approved, I don't remember just approving a block. But I understand your perspective of this is gonna take 2 or 3 years. My concern is hearing that from when we approve this to when this project needs to be done is a 3-year process. So do we need to, with that information, approve the site work as part of one approval and then have them come back with the house?
So more times we actually see the opposite, is that we get a plan that shows some type of box shape for a house. Then they have to come back and say, oh, well, I want a deck. Oh, well, I want a walkway. Oh, well, I want a driveway. Where in this situation, they overestimated what they're going to do in that area to try and prevent that. So if anything, it would be less than what's there. But obviously, there's still some other things for the site overall that we'd kind of want to see on a revised plan with the limit of clearing and everything too. So,
okay.
But any detail, and then coming back once they have you could do it as once they have their architectural plans, coming back and looking at it as a minor change of, hey, this is the final shape of the house with the decks, with the patios, we're staying within our box. How does that look? But
I have no
I
problem
don't think
with
that we're at a point to, or at least I wouldn't recommend we're at a point to do a decision today, because I'd want to see, I would recommend having some other things noted on here first, but.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I more heard a 2 or 3 year process, and you have 3 years from when we.
Yeah.
So my concern is, I don't
might
want
be
you to
on
think
anyway twice.
that that you'd have to do this. I'm just concerned about hearing that timeline more than anything.
And you
else.
can request an extension if you file it at least 30 days prior to the date of expiration, and request a 1 to 3 year extension with that too, so.
Yeah.
But we can approve this with the block as a house.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason why we
Yeah,
can't.
like I said, in this situation, they're overshooting it, where most
Yeah.
places we see under.
Or not. That's the problem. Without detail, we don't know if they're overshooting it or undershooting it. And we get told a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But, so I could do it either way.
So Lauren would like to see them come back with a more defined plan anyway.
Okay, all right.
Right, and I think, Zach, that might be helpful to know the number of trees that are remaining
Within the buffers.
within the 100-foot zones.
Yeah.
What's selectively going to be left behind, and location, that would be helpful.
So meaning like go back in and ribbon off what trees you want to keep?
Right, like, just.
Yeah.
If you go back up,
79
go on our
Paradise.
website and look at what the most updated plan that 79 Paradise had done, that we had, that the commission just approved this evening. That's a good example of how we kind of looked at that.
You have any questions? You have questions? I know you do.
Can I
Million
Can I
trustees, yeah,
make
for sure.
comments? Can I make comments?
Go for it.
So I'm really concerned about the limit of clearance going all the way to the 25-foot buffer. Being that there is a lot of space to move the plant back. So right now, the clearance is expected to be all the way to the 20-foot buffer, with the house basically in the 100 buffer. I will feel more comfortable pushing the limit of clearance beyond the 50 feet buffer. So basically moving the plant away off the water line, basically.
There isn't any reason not to do it.
There is, yes, the lot has enough space
Yeah.
to move the whole plant beyond the 50-foot buffer. That's my main concern. And also, yes, I agree with marking the trees that are going to be left. I saw from the I wasn't able to do the site visit, but I saw from the pictures that there were a lot of erosion. I think there were some pictures that were showing water kind of flowing eroded to the lake, and having the clearance so close to the lake, I think is going to make that issue
I didn't see that. Did you see that?
Nothing going down this way. There were some pictures from this channel here. So there's a pond on the property, and there's a little, when we were walking it, kind of suspecting that it might have been a man-made connection over here.
Okay.
So that's kind of that might have been what you were looking at.
Oh, it might have been that and not
Yeah, that was probably from this area here. There wasn't any noticeable erosion, even, the steps going down, which obviously there hasn't been as much activity in recent years, but, once people are living on it and walking up and down this way, I'd anticipate more erosion. So I think in this case, like we've seen in so many areas, that stairs are a benefit because they prevent that type of runoff.
The stairs, I'm
everything was
leaving the stairs there because they want the accessibility to the dog.
Yeah.
But this
is cleared here already, walking down. But I didn't notice any existing erosion. The site's pretty stable, even where all the cart paths are from previous activity. They worked pretty well with the landscaping. If you go to the first page. Here, where they're proposing the larger kind of infiltration system too, and even this basin right here, it's really working with the natural topography, and there's not a lot of mature growth in those. So they did do a really good job with planning this project based off the disturbance that's already there, and kind of the areas that are not as heavily vegetated, because, there's not to say there's not a significant amount of trees and whatnot in the area where the house is, but I would say that it's thinner than the areas that are further over this way.
Much
Yes.
larger
Yes.
than the footprint of the
So I do think that we can bring in that limit of clearing. And again, I know that it's outside of our buffer, but clarifying where the limit of clearing is on the back side of the lot, outside of the 200, just to kind of have an expectation. And also for abutters too, to be clear of where it's going, just to, because the way that kind of looks now is that everything is clear cut from the where the erosion controls is, all the way back to the property line, which I would assume is not the case, but I think that would just be important.
Sorry, I just noticed that there is no erosion control proposed back there, obviously, because it's out of the buffer zone, but that little bubbling you can see, whoever drew this has a proposed tree line going around the entire project, actually.
Okay.
So that is the limit of clearing that is
That's
proposed.
what that bubble
essentially.
is, this line right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes all the way around.
So your stockpile area, is that an existing stockpile area, or that's where you're proposing to stockpile materials? Because
You got me. That is not currently a stockpile area,
Okay.
no.
Because that's kind of outside of that area, so
What is stockpiled there?
that's what they're proposing for a stockpile area.
Yeah, that's a proposed stockpile area.
But it's
So the
outside the
clear will
limit of
go
clear.
around.
Right. So can you get some clarity on that too, of where the stockpile is, of either putting it within limit of clearing or clarifying kind of what is, that bubble of where the stockpile location is?
Yeah, if we're
Again,
gonna
it's
go from
outside of the
that to
buffer, but it'll help
I
with
can definitely show that.
Yeah, it'll help with clarification, and especially when we go to do the pre-activity meetings and any meetings there on out, it's just helps with clarity and transparency.
Now, for showing the limit of clearing, is that tree line, that bubbling sufficient? We don't need a.
That is sufficient.
That is sufficient,
Same with
okay.
the, yeah.
I think we should consider the pushing back of the house, because that's a major impact.
The E1 grinder pump is not installed yet, correct?
No, there's nothing out there.
I'm not sure if the house, but the whole limit of clearance, like
Why
if the
not
house
push it
is the
back?
limit of the house.
It's to the 50-foot.
Well, it's at the 50 foot now.
No, but the limit of clearance is all the way to the
Yeah.
25, so they can clear the land from the 50 to the 25.
That portion is partially clear already.
Yeah.
There was
So,
an
but
existing
like
house
even
there.
if it's
Yeah.
partially clear, like vegetation can grow back and creates habitat, while if it's clear and like then grass goes there.
Yeah. And it will honestly be a better buffer for everything further down to, because that's part of my concern. If we don't bring back this limit of clearing right here, even though there's a walking trail right there, if you're doing so much disturbance of that, all these trees that are on this slope are gonna be impacted and either fall in the direction of the lake, fall in the direction of the house, but it's gonna be an impact on those, even though that's not your intention. And that's obviously an area that you want to keep vegetated for both wildlife habitat, for the lake, for carbon reduction, for your house not getting beat on by the sun. You'll still have visibility of the lake. It's not a densely wooded area, so you'll still have a lake view.
Right, so you're agreeing with me that we can move the house back?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we've got 11 acres. And it wouldn't be of any visual.
I think that's kind of, the property owners and their engineers kind of discuss it over and see what they're
Yeah.
willing to
Okay,
propose.
and also with trying to detail what is going to stay within the,
Within, yep.
come back.
What trees will stay within the limit of clearing?
Anybody in the audience like to speak? No, you can't. I thought that might.
Name and address for the record when you go to the mic, please.
Paul LaRochelle, 20 Birch Street. So I live across the lake from. Is this going to be just one house permanently? And I mean, there's not going to be another house built at some other point?
One house.
Just. And then looking at the map here, so I see 50-foot wetland buffer, and then what's inside of that towards the lake? Is that 25 feet?
25 feet from here to here,
75 feet basically from the house to the edge of the lake?
50 feet. So this corner of the house is at 50 feet. So 50 feet from the lake going up the hill.
50 feet.
Mm-hmm.
The house, the distance from the house to the lake, 50 feet. The distance from the clearance to the lake, 25 feet.
As it's being proposed right now.
It just seems like a very short distance for a house of that magnitude.
The house is not gonna be that big.
I think that's the problem.
Well,
That's the problem.
But you're actually looking for approval for a house that big. So you're saying it's not gonna be that big, but saying it's 6,000 square feet, so it could be that big. And I'm not saying it.
Pretty much, yeah.
I know, I don't believe you, it's just that, if you get approval.
We
for
just
something,
wanted
you
to,
can just-
that area cleared and
understand
for
that,
patio
yeah.
and garage and
I
sidewalks and
I understand.
yard.
Okay. I guess those were basically my only questions was, specifically about the size of the distance and the number of houses there.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We have greatness among us.
It's nice not to be on this commission anymore.
There's always
You got off right after I got on. I'm not going to take any offense to that whatsoever, Steve.
That was you, no. Yeah, steep learning curve, and you will agree with me that he learned quickly.
Oh, I appreciate that. You were kind.
Well, you're a banker, you should know.
I'm a banker.
At the Village.
Okay, oh, that's right, at the Village. Okay, I'm Steve Halderman at 64 Westwood Drive. Now, there's some action next to my house on the street that may or may not be the purview, and I should know this, of this commission, maybe more of the building of the planning commission. But anyway, I had two concerns that they have addressed. One, and I sent out a letter to your realtor and essentially said, my driveway is a little, and garage is a little bit lower than where their driveway is going to be adjacent. And I just requested that typical construction of a driveway, tilting the water from their driveway to go off onto their property on the other side and not flood my garage. And they said that that would be fine. And I also, because of the weird way that property that they're buying, I guess it was Swayaki that set it up. Cart path or the edge of their property goes out into this huge funnel-looking thing, like a horn bell. Anyway, and my driveway, part of it, was in their property. So I asked, could I get a permanent easement? They're not going to come along and want to build a giant gate that's going to be going across legally their property, and then I would have no way that the driveway, whoever owns this 30 years from now, 50 years from now. So anyway, they agreed, and there's some plans somewhere that show that there's a permanent easement on my driveway, their property, and their property extends up. I forgot how much they needed in order to get the right amount of frontage for a single-family home. We worked all that out. Wonderful people to deal with, I will tell you. Mark even said that when I get old, that he's going to come and get me in his golf cart and take me to his house to visit the two of them. And maybe the old man will be there.
We'll put that in the meeting minutes.
Anyway. But so those things are things that we've agreed, and I guess there will be some sort of typical construction on the driveway adjacent to my driveway. That's going to prevent any kind of stormwater issues on my property. They've agreed.
Good to know.
It's not on this plan where it shows the permanent easement.
I just butting in, you're talking about that easement. It is, we do have it shown on, sheet 1 in the bottom left, just if you wanted it for visual reference. I can't hear you all that well, but I'm doing my best.
Yeah. It's a deeded easement, so it's on there.
I've seen it on a color version of this thing.
They have it in there then.
Anyway, I'm perfectly satisfied from my little tiny part of this whole project, and very familiar with where their house is going to go in the lake. There is no erosion going on now. My youngest was 3 years old when we moved there, and the Palmers insisted that we go down there and go fishing and go swimming, and they did that. And that area where those steps are going to be is very solid in terms of stone. I've never, in the 40 years I've lived there and gone back there and fished and all that, seen any sign of erosion. So, anyway,
Thank
that's
you.
my 2 bits.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Offering to drive me when I get old. He's got to define that because I'm 80.
Thank you, Steve.
Anyway, that's my story.
Anyone else?
Anyone else in the audience like to speak to it? Yeah.
I'm Jeff Burdick, 22 Birch Street. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
My only question is, and I'm not sure how this works with this committee, do we know if there's any endangered species there? It seems like the eagles tend to fly from that area. We don't know if they nest there. Vernal pools, anything else we need to be concerned about? Is he an environmental engineer that kind of looks at all that?
There's no signs of nesting or anything.
We should have, can you just, Jeff, can you just repeat that question for Lauren? She's our expert in all things.
Will you pull up the GIS and mark the wetland buffer zones? They want to know where the national heritage lines are, if they're on the property or not. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
I would just like.
I did not see any on here. I identified the pond as a vernal pool. There is no natural heritage corridors here.
Yeah, it is. It's a big yellow lizard. It's a gecko.
So that would look like this checker pattern that's on over here.
You didn't walk over that pond.
But there's none on this side.
Certified urban pool.
No. No natural heritage involved in this process. And a MESA filing was not required.
Answer your question, Jeff.
I think so, yeah.
Anyone else?
Joanna Shapiro, 50 Westwood Drive. I echo the sentiment that I'm glad that there's just one house proposed. I basically live west, a little northwest of the vernal pool, and actually, I'm glad that was just brought up. That's my main concern with this project is, and as it's been brought up, there's over 11 acres on this site, and for some reason, even though there's waterfront for the whole length of the property, the house is chosen to be put pretty close to this vernal pool. We routinely get spotted salamanders in our yard over 1,000 feet away, and these vernal pool species spend more of their time in the upland surrounding the vernal pool than in the vernal pool itself. And they're, it's a critical habitat for them. You really want to have things like driveways as far as possible from vernal pools. They're very slow moving. They get run over all the time. With so much room, and apologies, I work in wetland regulatory role in Connecticut, so I don't know as much about your jurisdiction here, but one of the most important things we consider typically is alternatives. And where we've got such a huge site and so many more opportunities, and I've heard some talk of there's some disturbance already, that sort of thing. But when you look at, it's hard to see on this plan, but you can vaguely see the current tree line. I don't know, only like maybe 1/10 of this house is proposed.
You want to point?
Just push the center.
There's, it's too zoomed in for me to not shake, but this little corner of the house is the only part of the house within the clearing. The rest of it's outside of the clearing. And so there's not much clearing on this property to work with, but to balance things out, the length of this driveway and the width of the clearing for this very long driveway way outweighs in my mind the small area of clearing we're taking advantage of right now. You could put the house much closer to the frontage on Westwood Drive, still get it close to have a view of the water, but be further from the vernal pool and have way less impervious coverage. I don't know if the driveway is proposed to be paved or not, but even if it's gravel, it's effectively impervious anyway. So I just think there's so many better alternatives that could be considered that would be further from the vernal pool and have less clearing, less impact to the wetland, to the pond. I also am bothered by the lack of detail on the plan because while there is the 6,000, and yes, how it is right now, they would be within their rights if this was approved to put a 6,000 square foot house footprint. It could be multiple levels, whatever. Could be a 1,200 square foot house. But the problem is not knowing the architectural details. You don't know the grading either. It could be a walkout in the back. You know, it affects a lot of things. So I just think a lot more details here. But I think really, I would like to see it go back to the drawing board and put it, still get your water view, but much further from this very important habitat area.
We occasionally have openings on the conservation.
We have 2 alternate positions open.
We have 2 alternate positions open.
I go to so many meetings.
Lauren, what's the distance from the vernal pool to the proposed house?
So the vernal pool is identified as this pond.
Right.
So the limit of clearing, I mean, it's not specific measured on this side, but, so that's your 25, that's your 50, this is your 100.
About 100 from
So about 150 from the house, but about
100 from
about a little over 100 feet to the limit of clearing.
Okay.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, I would say about 110 to the limit of clearing, about 180 to the closest house corner as it's shown. And as you did note, we are working, the house is in pretty much, as far as working with the natural topography of the lot that we have, it is in an optimal location. I know it looks close to the pond, but it's not being placed on a slope that's directly leading to the pond. It is recessed onto a little flat area, and the driveway is working with the natural grade as best we can. To move the house further toward the left reduces, I believe, the privacy that I know our clients are hoping to get out of this, and you can see in the topography there are a lot of knolls, large hills over dotting that shoreline, and I know that's not good to work with. We're not looking to cut down hills to put the house in. And I think, yeah, the grading on the house is accounting for a walkout on the side of the pond currently. So the grading that is shown, it is accounting for a walkout there, just to clarify.
Zach, I thought I saw an alternative analysis in one of these documents. Do you recall? I thought I read that.
I believe there is.
I think it's in the stormwater report. But
Oh, is it in the stormwater report?
I think.
Natural heritage.
Yeah, so if you go on the, this comes up as a certified vernal pool, the pond itself. A very
Certified.
big vernal pool.
A vernal pool that doesn't meet the definition of a vernal pool?
Does it show
Is
it's
wet all year.
certified? Potential vernal pool. I don't believe town of Sturbridge makes any distinction though, so that
No,
that's coming.
both certified and potential are both protected.
Yeah.
That part's good,
But thought I saw an alternative analysis in here. Okay.
Hi, Sue Freeland, 26 Birch Street, formerly Shore Drive. So we are directly across from your property. And having lived on the lake for 50 plus years, I could tell you stories about my time right there. That pond was my turtle hunting ground, crawfish, you name it, salamanders, like she said. There are so many. My concern is the environmental impact that doesn't seem to be being talked about a whole lot. There are, and I sit out on my front lawn every night with my dogs and listen to the coyotes, and they talk. And there are at least 2 packs on that property that talk to the pack behind me. And the one on the other side of the North Pike. They have a pipe party every night about 10 o'clock. My concern is the impact on the environment. We're talking hundreds of trees just for the driveway, never mind where the Palmer House used to be. And so there was a house there. When I was a kid, I watched it burn down. Like, that's how old I am. The chimney, the fireplace stayed until probably 15 years ago when it finally fell. High school children used to gather over there on Friday nights after the house burnt down. So there's a lot that's going to happen. It is a very mountain. You guys walked it. It's very hilly. My concern moving forward is A, how many trees are we talking about? How wide is this clear-cut area going to be? I think a lot of us on the east side of the lake bought where we bought or live where we live because we want to see the forest. We want to see the eagles. I have made phone calls. Last summer, I made phone calls to Wildlife Fish and Game about the eagles. We have 3 to 4 nesting pair on the lake. I think we've probably all seen them firsthand. And they do absolutely nest around that pond. I was told that there could be no activity within 100 feet of these nests in any direction. They didn't at that point have the coordinates of these nests. And they wanted me to move by a drone and fly one up and find out what the coordinates. I said, no, that's your job. So my concern is, yes, the coyotes, the deer that we have watched cross the ice from that property, the vernal pools, the turtles, and all the small critters. How many trees, how much acreage are we actually talking about stripping? Because that's a long driveway. That's my concern.
Anybody else?
So Jeff Shapiro, 50 Westwood Drive. First of all, welcome to the neighborhood. Appreciate you guys being here versus a huge apartment complex. 100% agree with that. I think everyone does. I'm all about, I'm appreciative of the fact that you want your privacy. Understand that. My question, I guess, you guys know better. What's the expected length of the driveway from point A being Westwood Drive to like the actual front of the house? Not necessarily the length of the driveway.
I think it's
but
900
from, like,
feet.
Okay.
Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, 900 feet?
Yes, 900, yep.
Just to echo other people's sentiments on this, I get it, but I do see like still getting a lot of privacy by shifting the house over a little bit. You still have the lake, still got privacy. I mean, I've been to that property, I've seen the property, I've been to Stephen's house nearby. It's obviously got a lot of woods back there. It's not like pushing it back where it is currently is it's gonna give it more privacy, I get it. But by shifting it over, you're still getting a lot of privacy. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. And I guess I'd probably prefer, being further from the wetlands, still having your frontage to the lake, obviously enjoying that pathway to the dock that's up there right now, proposed dock. But just moving the house further over. Number one, obviously, you're still getting privacy, but also the biggest thing for me as a taxpayer in the area, which I know is not necessarily the case right now, is once you start looking into the driveway, you're looking into the sewerage, the piping. It's all going to be coming out of the taxpayers' money, as far as I understand, at least. That's going to be.
No, I think they pay the connection. They pay the connection fee from the town, from the road, all the way up. So that's going to be at their expense.
Okay. That's going to be a lot of money that way, consider that. But that's a very, very long driveway, and that would be a lot of piping. So that was just one of my concerns, but obviously it's one of their concerns. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor Lynn Foster, 52 Westwood Drive. I just want to echo the concern. I mean, it's a gorgeous piece of property. It's just gorgeous. And there is a ton of wildlife on a pretty small, I mean, it's a big property, but on a pretty small area surrounded by houses, and everyone in every one of those houses appreciates that wildlife so much. It's going to be a big change. Where we live, we have turtles nesting in our yard that come up from that pond, and we have the spotted salamanders and the foxes, the coyotes, the bobcats, the bears. We just appreciate them so much, and I have concerns too about the big change that this is going to cause.
Anyone else? Yep.
Route 9 Cedar Pond. I've been on the lake for 54 years. My only concern, I mean, I'm happy to be one house too. Can there be more houses built on that property? Or is it only one house there?
There's only frontage for one.
One, okay, so there'll never be four, it'll be one.
I think, just to clarify, I think the only thing, especially by the new state initiatives, and again, it would be conservation approval and going through processes too, but ADUs that are allowable by right and for accessory dwelling units, but they do have a maximum square footage of, I believe, 950 square feet, if anyone remembers off the top of their head, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think maximum of 950 square feet or 50% of what your house is, whatever is less. So that is something that would still have to go through a conservation approval process if it's within the buffer zone. But as far as the zoning concerns, only one house this has enough frontage for one house, and that's all part of this process too.
And of course, being there for 54 years, it's always been just wooded. Will it stay, that whole shoreline, all trees, or is it going to be cleared out?
Oh, no. It's all going to stay. It all stays. Yeah.
All along there.
Only the driveway.
There's
and
nothing
the house is
proposed
gonna be-
changing on the shoreline.
That's my concerns.
Anyone else?
Can I add one quick thing I forgot?
Sure.
Is that okay?
You were Joanna, right?
Yeah, sorry, Joanna Shapiro, 50 Westwood Drive again. One thing I forgot to mention, or maybe a suggestion, I don't know how often conservation easements are proposed or accepted, but I know there's been a lot of concern about wildlife habitat and not cutting trees and all of that. And there's a lot of the property that would be outside of the jurisdiction of this commission, I believe. So maybe that would be one way to mitigate some concerns, would be to offer up a chunk of the property as conservation easement. But I think the only meaningful way to do that would be for the house to be shifted further from the vernal pool and have the conservation easement be encompassing the vernal pool envelope and all of that.
All right, we're going to move it along.
All right. So Zach, you have some homework to do.
Yes, I am going to write everything up that I believe you have requested, and I'm going to email Lauren and anybody else, the chair, I believe, if you'd like, just to make sure I've got everything that you'd like to see for next meeting.
All right, so August 6th work for you?
That means you'd need a plan revision in 2 weeks.
We go a little further.
That give you enough time? Or
think
August
that
27th?
works. I can't say for sure, but we'll do our darndest to get it for then, and if it looks like we are
Or 3 weeks.
not going to make the deadline, we'll let you know prior.
Huh?
It's actually 3 weeks
3
because we
weeks.
pushed out that meeting a week, and if for whatever reason that time frame comes up and you're not ready, you can just request a continuance, so.
Does that work for you, Al?
August 6th is good.
August 6th? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until August 6th.
Second.
Any discussion? I would like to say that three things in my mind, just
Go right ahead.
for a summary, distance from the lake has been discussed as moving the house back. I would want consideration of moving it away from the vernal pool. 200 feet would be what we'd need. That'd be another 90 feet. Consideration of that, and there was one other thing, a third thing we talked about.
And the plan.
Trees
for
within the limit of
And a
clearing.
plan for the house.
A detail, more detailed plan.
Yeah,
And details.
right.
Well, and the trees, which ones are staying, which ones are
Right,
going.
the plan for the house,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying them because I don't want you to come back the next time and say, you didn't tell me about that. So, all right. Motion, did you make a motion?
Yeah, we just need to take a vote.
All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
German in favor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You guys very much.
Everyone,
Thank you, guys.
Continue the public hearing for notice of intent for 51 Bennett's Road.
do you want to give everyone a second to kind of, for anyone that's not staying, give them a second to clear out since it might get a little bit noisy?
Everybody wasn't here to see Nick? Oh, okay.
Even though we didn't know Nick was gonna be here.
Steve, you gotta hang around.
Anything good?
Yeah, you being here was the good part.
I around the commission, I have some comments.
Oh, yeah.
It meets the requirements now.
That's good.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, guys.
Guys again.
Thank you.
All right, we are now at 51 Bennett's Road, notice of intent. Owner applicant is Liam Ferguson, representative to BD. File number 300-1246, proposed project is construction of a 1,410-foot square garage and 325 square foot concrete patio. Okay.
Okay, good evening. Christopher McClure, McClure Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of the Fergusons at 51 Bennett. You have to excuse me because I was unfortunately thrust into this project under unfortunate circumstances, which I think we all know. But
Yeah, no, I'm sorry too.
I'm hoping to square this away for the owner and move the project along. It's been in front of you folks for probably close to a year now, I guess. So the garage is going to be this Bennett's Road, and if you folks are familiar with it, it's east of Lead Mine Pond, Lead Mine Lake. And the garage is where he's constructing the garage is on the is to the east of that. The area, the topography slopes up to about the high point here, and then it starts to slope down towards the resource areas in the back. In discussion with Lauren, we had done some grading around this garage, and also proposing a boulder retaining wall here to limit any disturbance towards the resource area in the back. The garage would be outside of the 50-foot no-build. There's a container here, and maybe this discussion has happened prior to mine, but there's a container here that's going to get moved, and there's going to be some...
He moved it already.
Oh, he's moved it, yes, so...
Been moved?
Been moved, yeah. And also, Forsythia bush here that has been taken out as well, so...
It's been what taken out?
Forsythia.
To be taken
What?
out, yeah.
Yeah, it has been removed.
Okay.
Yeah, Forsythia.
What?
Forsythia. Forsythia?
Forsythia?
Forsythia, yes.
Has been taken out?
Has been taken out, yes.
And the reason for that is?
I guess it was
Something?
part of something that somebody asked.
Okay.
EBT was the wetland scientist who delineated the resource areas. And again, I'm here to just get approval to move this project along and do whatever I need to do to facilitate between the commission and the property owner.
All right, so as noted, the storage container was already moved. The boulder wall, retaining wall that we had discussed, will reduce the amount of grading that's needed to go in that back area. Final grades are showed here. When your surveyors go out, there wasn't any, this lot line was as Joe had marked it out?
Yes,
Okay.
yep. Now, there had been some markings of trees that were outside of there, and there had been some, somebody had moved some,
Maybe
installed some
removed some
stakes.
things?
Yeah, so,
Okay.
but
This, as you can see, all this, all the re-rod that you see here, the set, this is all in place and it all checks perfectly. So we're in good shape there.
And then with this, obviously, this is accepting an after-the-fact concrete pad for that grill patio. So, recommending gravel infiltration strip, which I have already talked to Liam about adding it on this way, so there's not any disturbance on this area.
You're recommending what?
An gravel infiltration strip on the back end of the gravel pit where that roof is sloping.
Did you consider removing it?
Uh-huh. Removing the concrete?
Patio, the pad?
We haven't discussed that at any point.
It's in violation.
Right. The whole discussion up to this point was, we haven't talked about removing it. If you want it removed and restored, that can be a discussion. We just haven't had that discussion in all of these hearings. It's kind of been accepting for what we do for mitigation.
Why are we moving forward on a garage when we haven't complied with prior work?
Did we talk about plantings? Isn't that what I thought we were?
So we're putting an after the fact and an proposed on one NOI process. We've kind of been going on this for a while, so nothing's really changed as far as the scope and the discussions we've been having. And then when we went out on our last site visit, we looked at the concrete patio and any possibilities for additional mitigation, including the invasive species removal that had been proposed by EBT.
Well, that concerns me. So where is the new patio? Is that it there?
This was what was put in.
That's the, but where's the heck, did I lose it?
Oh.
Oh,
It's over here.
Oh, there it moved.
I used it once, see?
You did use it.
I finally used it.
I hope that lady didn't walk off.
There's a new patio, is it?
This
Is
is
it
great.
here?
This
New
is the
pad?
patio that was added without permits.
Right. Forget that one. Where's the new one?
There's no new one.
That's it. This is all we're talking about.
There's nothing. It's only the garage we're talking about.
Just the garage?
We're talking about this
What's
that,
here?
That's a construction tracking pad.
What?
It'd be a
It says
tracking
tracking
pad
pad.
and then a drive, yeah.
Yeah, gravel drive, I think.
Yeah.
that's not a patio.
But
Now,
that's,
is it-
that's essentially already there.
Yeah, it's already
Right.
there. Just
Yeah.
I think he's gonna sturdy it up to do the construction.
Right.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Did you give him approval to do it?
No, it's been there, Ed. Yeah. Yes, I did that. All my power.
All the trees were marked as requested too with the DBHs.
Oh, DBA
So, yep, so everything was put. This shows everything that was requested by the commission.
I mean, at the last meeting?
At the last several meetings.
Are we doing it? What are we doing for mitigation on the removals? Are we doing anything for those? Or?
We talked about it when, we looked at it when we were on site, and then the commission was gonna talk about what they saw and what they want to offer as mitigation. The invasive species removal was what was proposed.
Right? Because I don't think there's a lot of area to plant anything else there, right? Really,
So-
anywhere on site.
And it's all ledge.
It's all ledge, right? And they're just gonna.
What is that number? From the wetland
That's to that vernal pool out back or whatever.
He's not within the 50. It's 24, what is that saying, 24,
Yeah, that's the,
25,
to the back
from the edge
property
of the
line.
property line.
And it looks like
This
that.
is his property line here?
No.
That's silt fence.
There's the
Where-
property line right there, yeah. That
Where's the
long-
wetland?
Back here.
Right. And how far is the wetland from?
Looks like he's like 60.
This is the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah.
Here's your 50-foot buffer.
It's not as far as I thought.
The distance hasn't changed. The only thing that changed was adding this wall so the grading didn't have to go back as far. And that's and he's gonna use boulders from the site.
Okay. So what mediation are we going to have for the trees that are being removed?
There was a landscaping that was proposed with one of these consider to be removed, restored with witch hazel, American hazelnut, American bayberry. That was what had been discussed.
So these are
So,
bushes,
and that's as
right?
far as we got. What's that?
These are bushes, right?
Shrubs, yes.
Going from
What do you
trees to
want to
bushes.
see, Ed?
What?
What do you want to see?
I'm just trying to find out what's going on here. I would like to see.
This is all cleared area. This is where we park every time we go here.
Right.
This is all. But they put everything on the plan that's been requested up to this point.
Setbacks on the sides. What are we looking at?
15.
15, is that what it says?
Yeah.
So we're meeting the standard, right? Is this building's two-story?
It's just shown as 1410.
Garage on a slab.
Garage on slab, so,
An upper room or
There-
anything to go
No.
on, as far as you know?
no.
So put his construction equipment in?
No.
No?
He's using
No.
it for personal vehicle and
Yeah,
personal
personal- yeah.
storage.
I believe you.
Great.
You lie as well as my son does.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Depends on which son.
Brandon. Only Brandon. All right, well, those are my questions.
So, do you feel like, I mean, I want to respect Ed's point, right? We have had plenty of issues around that pergola and that concrete, and I don't know that we ever came to a resolution. But I think it's something that if it was brought to us originally, we would have considered permitting because it's outside of the 50-foot. It's kind of a difficult property to begin with, but it with proper mitigation.
With all, and it's all ledge
Right.
too,
So,
so it's
so the
as far
question
as
is,
recharge, but.
the additional stuff that you're talking about doing, does that satisfy, like, what I don't want to do is just like, fine, we're relenting, because obviously that's a terrible precedent to set. So does it satisfy your need for protection, like your thoughts of what is a net improvement and would have been a reasonable accommodation to permit that to begin with?
For the concrete area,
Yes, and the pergola.
I mean, it was gravel and lawn and with ledge underneath, and it's concrete, so if you want to calculate for whatever the benefit of the grass was versus the concrete, the ledge itself, it's gonna, as far as the recharge for any groundwater, is gonna not be any different. So, but I think that it's an opportunity to fix some erosion on that sideline that was already issues too. But there's nowhere else really to plant. Had this gone through a normal process, I don't think that there would have, had this been a different person with a different history on a project anywhere else, I don't see how the commission would have denied just that aspect
Well,
of
I
the
saw
project.
the trees on that side of the building before they were taken down.
And that,
We're doing fine.
but that, yeah, that enforcement order was closed out though.
Right, but you're saying that the only reason he can put that in there is because all it is ledge, and that's not true.
That's not what I'm
trees were there
saying, Ed.
prior? I don't know, I'm not privy to.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
Well, and we can't also take a previous enforcement order that has already been closed out and then use that as fodder.
And who closed it out, you guys? Because I didn't close it out.
You closed it out. You voted on it.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
We went through that.
He probably was on vacation,
The en-
Brad, it's a good argument.
the enfor- this
Let's not do this right now.
The only meetings he's missed in the
This
last 9
enforcement
years.
order closed
Like, he
out,
probably knows what
no,
he's talking about.
that enforcement order closed out over a year ago. Well over a year ago.
What else do you think you'd want him to do? I mean, do we feel
Well,
okay about the garage? I mean,
The pergola's a surprise.
What do you want to see on this? How can we move forward? Because it's, we still have a lot on this
I want to see
agenda.
the pergola removed.
And put was, just,
And back to normal plantings
Grass.
and a normal, like the other side of the house.
Grass.
A roadside pergola on a cement slab. That's what I want.
I think that's more punitive than we need to, I mean, I get it, right, you know, but I think we would have, if it was brought to us ahead of time, I think we would have worked with them to figure out a way to make it work.
Yeah.
That's my position. I don't like it, but if he brought it to us, we would have figured out a way to make it
That's not a
work.
rational argument.
All right, well, you
It's
know,
not a rational argument. Why are we here?
we're here to protect the lake.
Right.
And I think if this was brought in front of us, we would have come to a reasonable accommodation to allow for that to happen. I think, you know, you're talking about a ledge, we rip that out. Let's roll this forward a little bit. We rip the pergola out, we rip the concrete slab out, and then we put grass there that's sitting on top of ledge. I mean, what are we really doing to protect the lake other than extracting our pound of flesh? That's why I asked the question, is there something more that, you know, that we could do?
Well, I figured the other residents that live down that road and that are coming in and out on the holiday, and he's having a party at that pergola right on the side of the road.
It's off his this is the road.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be concerned about that because you can have a party on the grass as well, so.
Good, it could almost be worse. It could be worse.
Yes, we was in the side visit. But yeah, I agree, like that removing that will not make a huge difference for the water recharge, and if there can be something that actually improves like the erosion and the.
What else could be done other than doing plantings? Like, I'm being in an honest way.
Which is still the walkway at the base of the driveway too.
Well, the first
so-
thing we can do is we can leave it for ZBA to give him approval.
He's not going to file a ZBA until conservation moves forward because.
That's what he's telling you? And you're
Well, even
obeying him?
Gene's not recommending that. We do that with so many projects that we don't have them file for another permit until they move through this, because if this denies it, then that's a waste of money to do.
If we can't.
That's how Gene and I worked out 99% of the projects that have to go before both
I'm
boards.
saying I got a new one, this is 1%. I say we hold this until.
I
until
don't
it's
believe
approved.
that's a valid reason to continue it.
Well.
when there's
you don't
not
get
even
a
an
vote.
application before
You
them.
don't get a vote.
That's great. I'm just trying to help us move forward,
better.
and we're not moving forward.
What?
We're not moving forward anywhere. This is what we're doing, and we need to figure out how to move forward. So if you want it to be removed, then the commission should discuss whether they want it to be removed. Then we should talk about the other side of the street and what you want to see there, and try to figure out how to move forward. But please don't argue with me at 9 o'clock at night on a meeting.
And then he's not going to be a fan of having that, and even if it's grass, I mean, it's just going to run off. I got your point of that, but I'm just saying, what else is there we can do short of that? Doing plantings in a place that you can't plant.
I don't know the square footage of the pergola, but whatever that square footage is, we could just remove that from the garage. So then that would mediate what Ed wants.
325 square feet.
Just an idea.
That's a solution.
That is a solution.
Up to you.
From the front of the garage.
Whatever.
The back. Why wouldn't you do the back?
The back, like that part.
Push it back from the west.
Cut off 325 square feet.
That's how much is that pergola? 320.
No, that's the concrete, that's the whole pad, so the
How much is
pergola.
the pergola though, right? It's only a small part of it, or?
But the issue was the whole patio, or was the pergola? I thought it was the patio.
Yeah.
I think the issue was the whole slab, but, you know, the pergola seems to be the.
I mean,
the
could he do
stick-
Pergola
next-
goes on
could he do
top,
like
it's
a
not the
ornamental
pergola
planning?
is not
Well,
a
that's-
structure, a permanent structure.
So, yeah, I mean, if they're proposing plantings down here, right?
Yeah.
Can we put some plantings there as well? We'll do it on either side.
There
you
is
want to do
also,
that,
I
a square
think, a
footage of
space
planting
here.
bed instead of messing
If I
with the...
bring you flowers to the next meeting, will you vote the way I want you to?
Yeah, but then at the same time, people going down the road could have a beautiful flowers they're seeing on the side of the
We'll
road.
put some hazards.
I'm kind of liking this idea.
Well, we have to be cautious with those two, because even with these ones, remember that
That's a
Bennett's
parking
is a
area.
narrow private road and the town plows it. And even though we know that they're using salt too, so just be careful of salt near the road of any new plantings.
What I will say, like, I like Lori's idea. Also, in the satellite image, it seems that there is some space here in, let me see, like around this area of the property to have some plantings. I don't know if it's going
So
to
he
be...
did, there's the plantings that he did from the last one, because he did birch over here and an oak in the middle, so, and those he just did a little over a year ago, so
Here?
they're all still pretty small.
Okay.
So this is his lawn, and then the cesspool, is this one still in cesspool? Is on this side too.
Okay.
This bare area of his lawn is on that.
So yeah, I really like Lori's idea of like that square footage, like remove it from there, plus what you were mentioning, Lauren, of the mitigation on the other side.
You can't find people who put it into a fund that we could plant other places in town or anything like that? Is that even legal? There's nothing like that you could do.
No. Fines go back into general fund.
And the other thing, if you'd like to go down and look on the front of the property, right down by the lake, you can see the big hardwoods that he cut down.
I went down to the front, I saw that. I didn't know that.
Most of those were done with approval -2.
Yeah, and those might have been,
He had
those
a-
might have been from the gypsy.
He had a tree removal permit for a lot of those.
There's a lot of the,
You're given a lot of history that you weren't around for.
she studies it, she's really good at this. Amazing.
Why are you attacking me, Ed? I'm just trying to provide the information.
She's having a good time.
I'm trying to provide the facts on the information and filling things in.
Okay.
So, I also like Lori's suggestion, and I also want to move forward.
All
So
right.
I would think that the most practical thing to do is to continue this until the 6th, see if that would be amenable to the applicant and the adjustment can be made to the square footage of the garage, and pull it away from the wetland, right? So we maintain the line at the front towards the.
Make it a little shorter
towards
in the
the
back.
road. We make it a little bit shorter, make the adjustment from what was 1,400 square feet, let's call it 300 square feet, is that what we were talking about,
Because that's the size of the pad, or are we just doing for the pergola? Because pergola is smaller than the pad, I think.
Okay?
But it's a
Ed,
30-foot wide thing, I mean, would you,
Do we want to go back, okay, yeah, that's 15 feet.
the pad is what's,
So 325 feet, so
Right,
what she's
325
proposing
feet.
is taking that down to 1,000, or basically 1,100 square feet.
Okay.
1,115.
Yep.
Compensates for the 325.
And I recommend cutting from the back to
Yes.
like move it away from
Going
the
this way.
Bernard Pool.
So this would maintain. Is that, can you bring that back?
Sure.
Okay.
Anybody in the audience like to speak to this?
Nobody wants to get in the middle of this conversation. All right. With regards to the project at 51 Bennett's Road, August 6th, good enough?
Yes, fine.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until August 6th.
Second.
Any discussion?
And Chris, next
Grab
meeting you have
one in
two
favor?
projects, I'll
Eric
make
Asplund
sure they're
in
next
favor?
to each other.
favor?
I saw you stand out there and I felt so bad. I was like, oh no.
Getting out, wait.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll take it.
No, no.
Thank
guys, put
you.
me outside, I'm not gonna be.
All right, what do we got here now?
Well, you weren't going to be at the 30th either, right?
Calm down.
I wasn't, no.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna marry either way.
What?
At least we have a quorum.
You're going to miss it regardless.
We're on 30 River Road?
30 River Road.
Thank you.
Corey, you still there?
How you doing?
Good.
I'm here.
Awesome.
Archie Holder, Pine Lake RV Resort.
Good.
Again.
Yeah. Right.
All right, where
Did everyone have a chance to review the information that was provided and the recommended conditions?
Yeah, I think it's everything.
I did. Right, Corey?
Yes. How's everyone doing?
All right.
More importantly, is everybody satisfied?
We are. How about you, Ed?
I am.
All right, let's do it.
All right. If we're satisfied, okay, what's our pathway forward
Wait a
here?
minute, we got Laura. She's not satisfied.
I did, yeah.
Did you want to say anything, Lauren, or?
If everyone read what was being proposed, I think kind of the only thing that we're just waiting to hear back from Natural Heritage, and that would just be the final when they give the okay, or if there's any comments back that could change the scope, but.
Okay.
So we probably should hold until we get the comments back before.
You can still approve it, and, because I do.
We conditionally approve it?
Yeah, well, I have in the conditions too that nothing can go until they have the
Okay.
approval from Natural Heritage.
All right.
And if that changes, they have to come back anyway, so.
All right.
Okay. With regards to the project at 30 River Road, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended enforcement order with the proposed scope of work laid out.
And the new
Have a second?
conditions.
Second?
Yeah, second.
Second. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Mick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
San German in favor.
Great. Sorry you had to come in.
I get to see
If
him.
you didn't, it would have gotten
lot.
Thanks, Archie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, folks?
Good evening, everyone.
You're here for Blueberry Lane.
Yes, I'm Ann Gore. I'm the property owner. My stepfather, Bill Trifoni, is helping me with this proposed garage to be working with Tantascwa students.
Fantastic.
Finally, we tried for 20 years to get
I
that.
submitted an a few times. I got turned down, but finally, now I'm scared though. I don't know what I got myself into here, but yeah.
They built my house.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think it's great. You know, I worked for Dudley Charlton Schools for 25 years. It's so great to see kids learning a trade. I wish some of my grandkids had gone that way. We really need them. There's such a shortage now. It's a rough time for that.
It's to love electricity. Electricians are
So
needed.
we're proposing a 24 by 26 two-stall garage with an ADU unit over the top. It's all up more than 100 feet from the wetlands. It's about 2/3 of it or so.
Where on Blueberry is it?
At the
It's
top
at the
of the
very end. It was 2 unbuildable lots at one time.
At the
And-
top?
Yes, on the top on the
Top on
right.
the
It's the
right.
newest house
Like
built
a
in
little
that
round
development.
Cul-de-sac.
Yeah, just on the right off the cul-de-sac. And then the town put in the municipal water and sewer, so that helped us
Yeah, that's good.
be able to buy that finally.
They also
lot
channeled
from,
that water through there, which is,
From,
Mr. Jackson.
yeah, Mr. Jackson owned that
yeah.
last piece of property. I think it was willed to him. So, and built a house there 25 years ago, and couldn't afford to think about a garage at that point. I'm not quite sure.
I can't afford it now, but okay.
But it's such a
Doing it
wonderful
anyway.
opportunity. Really encouraged her, and my wife and I are not getting any younger, and who knows what the future holds, but we thought this was a great time to put an ADU unit on the top floor, so it'd be plenty of room for an older couple, or maybe one of Ann's children, if they can't afford to build. Her children are in their 20s. So that's why we're here. We've engaged an architect, Amanda Normandin, and we're just on hold now and want to hear if there's any issues. There'll be one tree that Ann had planted, an apple tree that's not doing well, but we're going.
Grown an apple in.
Yeah, but we're going to try to save it. When the excavators come, we'll move it to another part.
Actually, the bark on it is damaged. I don't think it's not doing well.
He'll try
Mice
to
will
move
get
it.
it. You just
What is
get,
it?
mice will get it. What
We
you
should
do
have
is
a
you
call or
Get the
her.
mice
take
in
some, get some
Foil.
mesh. No, not foil, actual, like, chicken mesh. For chicken wire. and put it around it so they can't bite them.
I see. I wondered what they use for that.
I'd only tell you because you're a lefty.
A lot of smart people are.
Yeah. All right. Questions, anybody?
Here it says that it's in an area that is already paved. Is that right? It's already disturbed?
Yes,
and
it's 16 of the 26 feet are. The rest is grass in the back.
It's pretty straightforward.
Anything? Lauren?
Lauren?
Majority of it's already within it, well, it's all within a disturbed area. Majority of it's already impervious. No concerns with the project. It's outside of the 100-foot buffer.
All right. Anybody from the public?
Nothing?
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
And German in favor.
With regards to the project at 18 Blueberry Lane, SEC file number 26-108, I would like to make a motion to approve the project pursuant to the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions as noted in the notice of approval.
Second.
Thank you very much.
All in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
And German in favor.
Great.
Tell your friends. So much fun to come to.
That was
For
nice.
25 years, I went to the school committee meetings for
Oh,
public
gee,
child.
that's worse.
I was a finance
That's a
director.
lot worse.
Oh, my goodness. Top money, right?
Passing out in the beginning.
So much.
All right.
Folks,
I told Marcy probably 7 p.m. I didn't
It's
know I was going
okay.
to tell her 9 p.m.
It's okay. I'm batting cleanup, and the Sox did win, so it's anyway, great to see you all. It's been a while, so.
If it was Wimbledon and they get to 11 o'clock,
Oh, I know.
you got to go home.
Really?
Yeah, they don't finish.
They close it down?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
it's unbelievable.
Well, it's in a small part, it's in a very residential area,
I'm sure that.
so they probably don't want the public, yeah. Anyway, so you guys worked on our project over a year ago at this point, and the house is almost built at 88 South Shore Drive. We live next door at 84. And now I want to put a fence in on either side so that we're not looking into each other's windows. And I've talked to the neighbor on one side. She's thankfully all in favor for it. And then I live on the other side, and we'll sell our home, and it's just the right thing to do. So that I stood in my current dining room today, and I looked right into my new bedroom, and from my garage, I can look right into my son's current bedroom. So it's just not good. So anyway,
The last part's the one that gets you, right?
yeah, yeah, I don't want to know what goes on in there.
Yeah.
Anyway, oh yeah, so here, the lake is on the left-hand side of the screen here. Oh, let me see, how does this thing work? This is the lake over here. So, this is where I currently live, and the grass area goes basically from like here, where the shed is, all the way along the side of our house to past here, and then the lake is, this takes a turn like this. And then on this side, the grass, my neighbor's grass, because I don't have any yet, goes to about here, and then, and carries on all the way up to here. And then, so what I'm like to do, and I talked to my neighbor over here about it, was put the fence where it would sort of end at our grass, and then go here. I'm trying to keep this area, like, over the roadside, so that, you can walk to neighbor to neighbor and all that. I don't want it to be like a bowling alley from the street. Anyway, when I was downstairs applying for it with Bill, he has got no issues with it. It's over 4.5 feet, so I need the approval of building. But he did say, because it's on the lake, that I should talk to you guys. And so spoke with Lori and Lauren. They've been super helpful. And my best guess, because I'm not the engineer, this one I know is fine because the 25-foot goes off like this. I think on this side, I wrote in my little note to you guys that I'm 5 or 6 feet over the 25-foot with the fence. What that means is I'd put a post, one of those PVC. I'd put a post right here but then the rest of it would obviously be out. We'd raise it up 4 to 6 inches or whatever you need it to be so the chipmunks can go. I don't want the French bulldog to go, but he's probably more like 10 or 12 inches tall. Anyway, it's a nice fence. I'm not getting one of those shiny white ones that the headlights reflect on. Just it's a matte gray, matches the color of the house. And I talked to my neighbor over here to see what color she'd like, and she liked the gray too because it matched. She's got like a blue house, so anyway. So
Great.
hopefully it's one of your easier ones.
Hope so. I think so. What do we got?
I did an inspection of the site, and there were some concerns with the construction condition at the time. Brought those to Marcy. Marcy gave them the iron fist, and they cleaned it up. And
The
she
velvet
provided
hammer,
some
the velvet hammer.
Some updated pictures, and thank you for doing that. And they got the site cleaned up. I have no concerns with recommending the minor change.
Perfect. Right.
Even though we're going inside of the 25-foot?
With areas that are already disturbed. So if you want to revote the waiver, you can. There's our.
We probably should, just to be clear, we should revote the waiver, just to make sure that we're.
Yeah, absolutely.
For both,
Yeah.
25,
I don't,
15,
did I
50.
did I do it the first time, or?
Doesn't matter, it's a minor change, so you
Doesn't
can.
matter, okay,
Yep,
okay.
new decision.
Okay. Okay. All right. Then yeah, okay. I'm fine.
You gonna make a motion?
Yeah, well, with regards to the project at 8688 South Shore Drive, DEP file number 300-1220, I'd like to make a motion to provide a waiver for disturbance inside of the 25-foot zone and a new structure inside of the 50-foot.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Gooder in favor?
San Germain in favor.
With regards to the project at 8688 South Shore Drive, DEP file number 300-1220, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for the minor activity change to allow for the installation of fences on both sides of the property.
All in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Gooder in favor?
San Germain in favor.
Thank you so much. I hope your night is almost over,
Maybe.
since I'm the last one here.
No.
Still got a couple pages.
Going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're right.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Marcy.
I have a question for you. I'll email you later in the week.
Okay, sounds good.
It's already Thursday, isn't it?
Yeah, all right.
What's next? We're at,
Well,
Number 12.
Number 12.
530 Ledman.
530 Lednine Road.
Do we want to?
Issued in 1995.
Yeah. No, we didn't do a site visit on this, did we? No, I was going to say.
we don't usually do
The date of
the,
the site visit is 7/9/26.
we don't usually do it, the whole group for the COCs.
Okay. I was saying about, Jesus Christ, I don't remember, so.
I know number 16 is on the Zoom. I don't know who else is on the Zoom.
Oh, yeah, let's go to that one then.
Okay,
Wait
so,
for Nick to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
motion
I
to
don't know who
approve?
DB is though.
No,
No?
waiting for Nick to come back for
All right,
go into things, but Lori's recommendation is to hop down to item number 16 once Nick gets back because the caller is on virtually.
Oh.
that's good.
You guys gonna wait for me?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, we were.
All right, what we got?
Carson now, we wouldn't wait for him.
No, we were. All right.
Hop down to 16, please.
Yep. 5 Kavinsky Drive. Request to waive tree removal mitigation.
Did everyone review the notes for this one?
Yep.
They were provided as a separate attachment.
Zoom is new to me, so I'll have to tell me why I'm supposed to jump in here.
All right. So the request is to not put trees on the lake. Because why?
Okay, am I supposed to jump in at this point?
Yeah, go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay, I'm Stephanie Latch, and I've lived on Cedar Lake for 12 years. I have a permit to remove 2 trees on my property that an arborist has documented as risks to mine and my neighbors' safety and homes. For mitigation, I've been asked to plant 4 trees at about $2,500 to $3,000 for the required size trees, the delivery, and the landscaper planting. From the conservation point of view, my property is just under an acre, I think it's about 3/4, and at least half of that is woods with dozens of well-established trees and new trees sprouting up every spring. Along with the woods that make up the half of my property, down one side of the rest of the yard are large trees and large shrubs, and in the front yard are 2 large healthy trees. And last year I planted a tree and a shrub that are both thriving and growing. Because of the property already being so wooded, I respectfully ask that you consider all this and please waive the mitigation planting, please. And thank you.
Thank you. Now, you realize that trees create shade and keep the water cool on the lake? The whole life
Yes.
cycle of lakes needs trees, right? So what you're saying is that you don't want to contribute to that.
No, I'm probably saying more along the lines of I'm a senior citizen on a fixed income, so I'm concerned about that, but also that I really have a property full of trees. So I'm not trying to be argumentative or uncooperative. I am asking you to hear what I've said and take that into consideration.
But on the water side, as I looked at it, the sun comes up and goes right on the water from across your lawn. No?
The sun, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. The sun comes up behind my property.
Right.
Sun rises from this side, sets on the other side of the lake.
Correct.
Yeah. So
What
now,
he's saying is when the sun comes up, there's no, it's direct sunlight onto the lake versus trees that would project shade onto the lake. That's what he's getting at.
Well, where the new trees would be planted are in the side yard, so they actually wouldn't be even near the lake, really.
why wouldn't you plant them near the lake?
I didn't want to plant them in the front yard because I didn't want to obscure the lake view.
Yeah, you really care about the lake, huh?
Ed.
I think I get your sarcasm, and I am hearing you, and I feel a little attacked. Yes, I certainly do care about the lake.
I do.
Obviously, that's why I live here.
Well, we need your help. We need you to plant those trees.
Can we do a 1-to-1 instead of a 2-to-1? Even that
I have no problem with that.
What was the?
Well, so
there a
if I remember correctly,
plan?
it was a 2-to-1, but one was a substantial tree. The other one was,
So
right?
So
Am
both
I-
trees are over 75 feet tall. My recommendation would be extending
What
the
trees are
expiration.
those?
So the 2 trees approved for removal are 2 white pines, and that's why the mitigation was
Oh,
required
there were
at
2
4.
removed. I thought there was only 1. Okay.
Yeah,
One
so-
already removed, and then this one,
So
and
this
then this is a
tree-
permit for 2 more to be
And
removed.
the tree is between her property and her neighbor's property.
So it wasn't even on, was half on the other property?
Yeah, and so she got her neighbor's approval Yeah.
To cut it down?
And then she's gonna mitigate the one that was on the other property on her
Yeah.
property, is what we're saying?
Yeah, so 4 trees. What was it? 2 white dogwood and 2 eastern red buds. And then the site plan is on the website if you want to pull that up.
So, and were you thinking extending it? Is that what you were saying?
So her biggest concern was the cost. I think the 2 times that she brought it up with me was the cost, and so I recommended extending the expiration date so she had more time because of the cost. And then Stephanie mentioned to me the time to research to find other native species was really stressing her out, and then she requested to remove mitigation.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah. So the only things I can think of is picking different native species, extending the expiration date, or whatever the commission recommends.
Did you do smaller containers? What size were the
We get the
containers?
town to do it?
So the policy requires a 1.5 inch caliber DBH, and I think that's to, you know, make sure that the tree doesn't die.
Yeah, and
you know,
establishes.
during-
Yep.
yeah, establishes, yeah, and that's what she wrote on her tree maintenance plan for the planting. So it's within the 200-foot buffer, and it would take out some yard.
Could you check with the tree warden and see if there are any trees available
That we could give her?
that we could give her?
I could check with him. I feel like he's
He
not
doesn't-
going to have any.
He doesn't have any trees currently.
Yeah, because he's already behind by. Oh
Yeah,
gosh.
he's out of money for the trees that he has to do already for this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, I feel like he's already really behind. Yeah, I could ask
We
him,
can ask,
but I
but-
feel like he's gonna say.
But also, we can't, I don't know if we can because we can't use town resources to plant on private property. So I don't know what the donation,
Donate the trees, and then she would have them installed.
yeah.
Can we check with Arbor Day?
Yeah, and we'd
donation?
have to check with Robin too for that process for donating
All
too.
right, well, why don't we do that? See if we can come
And
up
if he doesn't,
we'll go from there. I feel that, you know, we're trying to protect the lake. You could, I mean, I'm on a fixed income, and I still struggle to come down here.
All right. We need to adhere to
I
some
know.
level of standards, and though we understand the challenges, our primary mission is to protect the lake.
So if,
I think that's the way you meant to say it.
That's what I
I think that's the way you meant to say
If
it.
we went a lot, can we give her a chance to put smaller stuff in for a cheaper cost, but then we also give it, like, extend our monitoring time by like an extra year or two? We do something like that?
Well, let's try and see if we can find a tree first. and then go-
I mean, I'm definitely down for trying to
Yeah,
help her out
yeah.
any way we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking 2 different permits, 4 different trees. Two different trees.
mitigation
Two
was
different
already done for
permits.
permit number 1.
2 different trees, 2 to 1 on both. So we, right now, are looking for 4 trees to replace 2 that were done on 2 separate permits.
Right.
One that was done on the
No, one
property.
permit, one permit.
But I mean, so we're making her plant 2 of the trees, but one.
2 to 1 mitigation for
That
4.
one tree is not
I have
on,
2
one of
permits
those
in
trees
my
was not on her property.
There was 2 permits,
So
but
I
the
gave you
mitigation
the
for
history in
Oh.
case that came up.
Sure.
So she had a previous permit, 1 dead tree, and then she had 1 tree and 1 shrub planted. And the mitigation done for that was done, it wasn't a 1.5 DBH, it was a smaller tree. So I was just giving you background.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say that one of the trees that I have the permit for is not on my property?
I don't know, I'm
The
just.
one that one of the ones that you're requesting to remove that's over your neighbor's property
Yeah,
too.
yeah, you had mentioned it was over your neighbor's property, so I was showing with the little highlight where that tree was that you were talking about. That was a concern to your neighbor.
It looks like.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood then, that I thought you were saying one of those 2 trees was not on my property.
I think it's on both of your properties.
It's tough to see.
Okay, that's what my neighbor thought.
He thought it was.
But neither one of us was sure, so I'm glad to have your input or anything you can tell me about that.
I mean,
What we're gonna try and do is see if the tree warden has any trees
I wish I didn't.
that we can get you.
We don't have a solid answer of where that tree is. We haven't been
But
on
can
the
we come up
property.
with a plan B if he doesn't, so we don't have to drag it out a meeting?
Yeah.
What
yeah,
about
what's
less
the plan?
expensive trees? I mean, when we're talking
about just cut it in
flowering
half?
dogwoods and stuff like that, you know.
Stephanie, when you got the quote, who was the quote from? And how much were they charging you?
I had originally been told that I was to replace the trees with 2.5 caliper. So I had made like 3 hours of phone calls. I have a whole list here. Based on that, asking for prices. Then I got a phone or a text telling me that had been a mistake. It was 1.5. Nobody was able to get me the 2.5 caliper, by the way. Then I got a text saying that that was a mistake. It should have been 1.5. And I have not called all these places back to ask them about that.
So, I had emailed you. I called Echo Brook to get the cost of the flowering dogwood and the red bud, and I think it was around like $250 to $300 per tree
That's for one. Right.
for the 1.5.
I'm sorry, what was the price again?
I think it was
$250 for the
around-
dogwood and $380 for the eastern redwood.
Oh, you got it pulled up. Perfect. There you go.
Oh, you already have it?
80 for an eastern redwood?
Have you guys ever tried Lamro?
What's it called? Lambert?
Lamro, he's right after Tantasco.
That's a lot.
Can you email that to me?
Yeah, sure, he's right in Brookfield. I mean,
Yeah,
he
it's,
sometimes
um,
has it, but he's a local guy. So
Yeah.
I'll definitely
Okay.
send it to you.
Lamero and Bemis.
What's that?
Bemis too usually has
Yep.
some good.
Yeah, Lamero and Bemis both told me that they didn't have any that large. That was when.
But that was you asking for a 2.5, not a 1.5, right?
Right. And I have not called back and repriced these.
So, Stephanie, what is your price range? What can you afford?
Want to come back?
Because I mean, that's the main concern.
On top of the 6,500 to have the 2 trees removed, it's simply going to be a stretch.
Can I suggest
I can't actually answer your questions right off the bat. I wasn't prepared for that.
It's okay.
I'm going to make a suggestion. If this image, I think this is the latest one. There are several trees already, except for this kind of like beach area. There are trees here and trees here. So unless there is a tree that is getting in that location, if we put a tree there, it will not provide so much shade to the lake. But what if like this area becomes a pollinator garden?
Sorry, he said something. What was the last thing
Pollinator
you
garden
said?
instead of mitigation.
What if this area becomes a pollinator garden? You were like talking about that.
That's actually what I was saying.
I mean, ask Stephanie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wanted like to know if that will be like something that
It's a good
the
idea.
committee
Yeah.
will
I think in
be
the case of this, I
agreeable.
would, because I think it would be a cheaper alternative, and I also do think it would help the ecosystem in the area. If I'm not as privy to, the smaller pollinators.
So instead of like replacing with trees.
Yeah, I mean, I would be, if you guys are okay with that, I would definitely.
If you're
be
open
okay
to, I mean, because I do think there is a lot of value to shrubs when you pick a specific species, because we have a lot of pests in Sturbridge, and a lot of shrubs attract pollinators that kill the pests, like ash burrs. So there is a value to having a pollinator garden that's more shrubs and flowers, but that's up to you if you don't want to do trees. Because I know Ed probably prefers trees, so I think it's up to the commission what you'd want to do.
It's a different objective. That's all it is.
Yeah, but over holistically, it helps because it'll help all the plants in the area. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, but it's still,
No, I know what you're saying. It's not doing the shade you need, but I feel like in the front, if she's not going to be doing anything like the cleared area anyway, I mean, the flowering's nice, but I don't think it's gonna help.
So we'll check and see what we can to,
So I'll check in with the tree warden,
Yeah.
and then if the commission as a whole agrees, I could work with Stephanie to do a pollinator garden. But then that being said, how many species? Because that's another question. If that's like option number 2.
well, if we, you know, you do anything, that's good enough, I guess, right?
Well, I think-
In a situation like
I think
this.
maybe we'd look more at size, and
Of
then
this
you could
area.
work with species, since,
Like
I
if
mean,
we like
almost
do
in a way,
that.
could you do like a garden plan? I mean, you know what I'm saying, of like, what would be, so if she's doing
would
4
that do
trees
okay
of
right near
that
the
size.
driveway?
Area.
I guess
Who's gonna do
I'm
it?
more curious about the number, because then I can figure out, everything else after that.
Sure.
I think from their perspective, if they can give you more of a size,
Of the
because I don't
area.
think I don't know everyone's background with pollinators, but with your current training that you're in with that might be at a different level from theirs, that it might be easier for them to kind of give you like a size, and then you can kind of
Like
narrow it from
square
there.
footage.
Like
I don't know if it's
4 by
square
4
footage. I
area
will say,
or a
look at
2 by
this and
3
say like,
area.
oh, can we put like a pollinator garden in this kind of like turnaround that is in the driveway?
Stephanie, what do you think? Because you had a big pushback to mitigation, so how do you feel about a pollinator garden?
I'm not sure what that is. I mean, it sounds good to me. That sounds like butterflies, but I really don't know what that is or what that would involve.
Flowers and more like flowers and bushes.
Yeah. Essentially, flowers and bushes in a condensed area. So instead of where you have the trees located at the end of the driveway, you'd have a dense area
Right.
of shrubs and flowers.
That sounds good to me. I mean, that sounds nice. I have no idea, the cost or anything involved, although I know that's not your area of interest. But I mean, it sounds good,
Good. Okay.
and it sounds very attractive.
Well, we got two directions we can go, Stephanie. We're gonna go, see if we can get a couple trees, and if we can't, we'll take a look at a pollinator garden, okay?
Okay.
We'll get back to you.
And
Okay.
there might be a way that we can like get some donations of plants or something like that. Like
It's really
to
tough.
have like to call like someone like to.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you for your time.
Yep.
Thank you. When will I hear back from somebody, do you think?
depends on how long it takes for us to hear from Tony. So I'd probably say like, give us a week, just because I don't know what the tree warden schedule is like right now.
Okay.
We catch him at an off chance that he's vacationing or anything right now too, so I'd say give us a week to kind of figure some things out on our end.
And then
Okay.
could another option
Okay.
be doing like a 1-to-1 ratio if we're trying to save her money?
Oh, yeah, like that would be fine
Yeah.
as well for me.
Okay.
I'm even okay if that other tree's half on the other property.
So we have a
You know what
couple
I'm saying? Like,
options to look
Yeah,
at.
like two,
I'm okay
like
with that.
two trees, like pollinator garden and
Yeah.
whatever. Like we can like find in the budget.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm okay with going straight pollinator garden and not worrying about the trees.
Yeah, I'm fine with that,
If
too.
you guys don't want to waiting to talk to Tony, I'd like to personally, to me, this would be a great step forward along those lines. If we start actually looking at that, that could be, answers, going forward.
We might ask Tommy if he knows where there are any trees.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good
I'm
idea.
looking for a couple of trees for a lady.
All right, I'll reach out to Tom Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much.
17.
Thank
All right,
thank you, and
thank you.
thank you,
Yep.
thank you for hearing my concerns. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Request for a special use
All right,
permit.
we'll talk
Nope,
about it.
backtrack
Go
to
back up
12.
to- Yeah.
12. Go back.
Going back to 12?
Backtrack, please.
Oh, that'd be easy.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
530 lead mine?
So I tried doing the site visit for this one, but because this is an older project with replication that I was not a part of, I really need Glenn to meet me on site to kind of pinpoint everything for me. So he and I are working out our schedules together to meet on site together to go through this one. So recommendation to table.
Where is it?
530 lead mine?
530 lead mine.
The end of
Did you go there?
lead mine. I mean, I don't know how else to
You didn't go
Like
there?
basically the end of lead mine.
Do you guys make a motion for 5 Cape Etsky, or do we not need one?
Didn't do anything.
We don't need
Well, I
one?
think we need to,
Continue?
Take an action and see what we can come up with.
yeah, we gotta figure out what can be done before
Just
we.
wondering what should I write?
Yeah, do we need to continue it though for?
No, it's not an open,
Oh, okay.
it was just. a
Exploring the
request.
option.
Oh, you're right, okay, all right.
Ins and outs. Okay, so we,
We can continue for 5:30
You guys
lead.
meeting the end of lead line?
5:30. So we're gonna continue that one?
I'd like to table that to
Table.
the 6th.
All in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Yep,
Everyone
in
in
favor.
favor?
Okay, so now we're on to 13. Request for a certificate of compliance, DP file 300-1155.
So a partial certificate of compliance was already issued for the construction itself, but some of the plantings had failed and needed to go through another year of survival, which they have, and we received the valuation reports and confirmed their existence and survival. So recommendation to issue a full certificate of compliance for the project.
Oh, this is the one that we cut the surety in half and retained it, right?
Kind of, we held on to 25, it was a total of 10,000, we gave back 7,500, held on to 2,500.
With regards to DP file number 300-1155 at 68 Paradise Lane, I'd like to make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance with the perpetual conditions of 50 through 54, 56 through 57.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Benjamin in favor.
136 Podunk. Request for a certificate of compliance for DV file number 300-1230.
So I'm going to recommend that this get tabled. I did the site visit and I had several concerns that need to be addressed and they were not addressed by today. There was some lawn clippings that were dumped right at the 25-foot no disturb zone. The permanent markers for the 25-foot disturb zone weren't posted. And potential erosion issues on the side slopes. So,
Jeez.
table please.
Septic replacement, these are supposed to be the easy ones.
Yeah.
All right, we're on to, what, 15?
Do you want a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Second?
Nick Gravel in
Second.
favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Yep.
Benjamin in favor.
Sanctuary subdivision 24 Evergreen Lane. Request for a partial certificate of compliance, DEP file number 300-470.
Subdivision permit expired back in 2005. So this was part of the subdivision as a whole. So requesting a partial just to release this one house from it. The town does own the road, so we're gonna work on closing out the entire thing. Just not quite there yet to be able to do that. So recommendation to issue the partial certificate of compliance for 24 Evergreen with no perpetual conditions.
With regards to DEP file number 300-470, 24 Evergreen Lane, I'd like to make a motion to issue a partial certificate of compliance.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
In favor. I'm to 17.
Oh, okay, that's where that is.
Where are we now, 17?
17.
Request for special use permit for Last Green Valley at Raven Rookery.
So Last Green Valley is going to be doing a reading of The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe on Raven Rookery on October 30th, and they're requesting a special use permit.
I may want to go to that. That's,
All the standard conditions are recommended.
Okay? All in favor?
Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Benjamin in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor. I have a Cooper's Hawk couple
Oh, yeah?
in my tennis court.
Really?
Why would they be there? I think they may have nested and had babies, but that's a long time ago now.
Both the Raven. Nevermore.
Are we out into other business? All right.
So item 18, discussion of the second position paper. If you guys read, I gave you the memory refreshers where we said, please give us very specific items so we can try to help you with our limited resources. Also, we're proposing this joint meeting. Give us a date of when that might work. We received another position paper that is slightly less specific, but still not very specific. My personal feelings is that the tensions that are starting this were things that are all accumulated over a couple years with everyone proposing cantilever docks at the same time and getting different requirements because the commission was learning experiences and seeing history of changes and things happen. But in my opinion, in the last 2 years and even the feedback that we're getting in the office, we're doing pretty good. We're explaining things as they are, and even for what they're talking about, promoting clarity, clear guidelines, and mitigation process, it's in the bylaw. When the commission is making decisions, you guys are all being very clear of why you're approving the things you are. When we're issuing orders of conditions, it specifically says why waivers were required, as whether mitigation was offered or what the alternatives were. Building public confidence. I mean, we've been doing all these educational workshops and surveys and plans, expanding education and outreach. We've been improving the website and putting more things out there. I got nothing more for, we're spread thin as it is. And none of our other recommendations were considered as far as, moving dates for when they're meeting so that way liaisons can go. Sending agendas to the liaisons directly and to the select board liaison. Attending meetings, having the joint meetings, so.
Who's the select board liaison?
Mary Dowling.
That's what I thought.
And she does not go to the meetings.
No.
Ever.
No.
But also they don't send her the agenda. And I did tell them, this is your board liaison from select board. Send her your agendas.
Yeah.
So she can go to your meetings. And I even confirmed with Robin that that's who it was.
I read the Slack report, and I don't have any problem with it. But I think the problem that I have, well, I'll tell you what my problems are, okay? They're not hearing us on grass, pesticides, herbicides. They're not hearing that they're bad. Everywhere we go, it's getting worse. Everywhere we go, it's getting worse. So that's one. We need the 25-foot buffer around the lakes protected. We need wetland plants and species that we don't have to mow, herbicide, whatever. We need to protect the lake. We need shade trees, and we need a lot of them. These people just slaughtered a dozen right in an area where it's going to make a big difference. It's a deep spot off that part of the lake, and it's a great spot for trout, and we're going to toast it,
Talk about Mount Dan.
What? Yeah. And we need to tell them that and I'm going to tell you, 250-foot I-beams driven into the side of your banking and left in the sun are going to warm that banking and everything under it, in and around it. It's changing it's just like Trump's little pool. Concom needs to send a copy of our detailed report, which you just said, to Slack every month. When you send it to us, you send it to Slack. Just to one person, that's whoever the head of Slack is, and if they want, they can read it. If they don't want to, they don't have to read it. And if they want to send somebody to our meeting to talk about it, they can. We're not, there's no And then that's an ongoing communication that we can do with them and say, hey, look, you know, this is what we need from you. And the other thing I think we need to do, we need to have our meetings every 3 weeks like we are, but we need the detailed report the Friday before the Thursday, so we have enough time to look at it, and so that if you send it to somebody, they can look at it too.
I can't guarantee that.
Well, you should be able to. And if you...
I can't.
Why?
Because things come up, meetings come up, people like get
Don't
asked for it
accept
are,
them. Don't accept them.
then I don't, what do you mean, don't accept them?
We
I'm a
had our
public,
site visits
Yeah.
on Tuesday.
we're a public
For-
service,
for-
I can't not answer phones and not talk to people when they come in the
Your
office.
pattern is to give us the detailed report 1 or 2 days before. The last 4 or 5 reports.
I don't think that's fair.
Okay.
We've
I know we're going to get into
Why
an
don't you
argument.
come help
Generally
out in the
got things
office
on
and
Friday.
hang, you can see how busy we are every single day with everything else we're doing. I try to get them out as fast as I can, but I also have to thoroughly review all the applications, a 200-page stormwater report, plus a whole NOI application for all of these things that I have to actually read in 2 weeks, plus everything else that I have to do.
And then
And what are you
It's
going
not
to do?
just
What
permitting.
action item are you going to do on that?
What's that?
What are you going to do with it once you review it?
I provide the comments
To who?
to you. Spend a week in our office, Ed, and you can see what we do every day. I try to get things out as fast as I
So
can.
you
but-
want to be able to give us that report in an untimely manner? Is that what you're
You-
saying?
You have the
For
NOIs, the
40 years
applications.
I've been on this committee, and we've been able to get the report in a time, not as good as your report, but in a time so that we could read it over the weekend for the meeting.
So, I don't know that we need to have this discussion in an open meeting. But
Yeah,
if
you're
we
right.
want to have it, we can have it. But what I will say is, you just hit on what's more important to me. I would rather have a thoroughly prepared document that I can ingest all at once than, you know, the quality of the reports that we've gotten over the 8 years that I've been on this committee have continually, you know, Becky started and was improving, and then Lauren came in and continues to improve, and Lori's influence is continuing to improve.
I don't disagree
But that
with that.
takes time, right? And there's no, and there's no shortage of demands on their time. So there needs to be that balance.
I feel more comfortable to have it less time to read it, but knowing that they went like through a very thorough.
Well, not to mention, we put the applications and the plans on the website well in advance, so you can also look at that information too.
Yeah.
You can look at, I mean, you've been on the commission for 40-something years, so you'd know the regulations enough to look at the plans and everything too, so that material is there. We make that information as easily accessible to you all as soon as we can. But I can't do my job any faster than I already am.
And I can attest to that. I wish we had more time. Like, there's so much that we're not
We had
doing.
people in the office nonstop from the time we both came in today until 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah.
Phone calls, people coming in nonstop. We're a
true.
public service, we're open to the public, we have to be here for the public.
And neither of us are 40 hours a week. Like,
site
most
visits,
jobs,
yeah.
we're just not.
The site visits take time, going out to all these take time, meeting the people take time. Like, this is just the stormwater report for 66 Westwood. This is one piece of the application for one application that I have to read thoroughly. And I don't even know if anyone else can read this and comprehend it, but I have to read it and interpret it.
I can't.
So,
do it, but that doesn't mean anything. I think, but the thing is, the thing too is, I feel like, I think like you guys were saying, I think our public appearance or the way that the sentiment towards us is getting better. This is my own opinion, talking to people in town. They're like, I think that you guys have been doing a fantastic job. This is prior to me coming on even.
I'm going to give you something else. I'm not worried about the public opinion.
But we're talking about.
I'm worried about the lakes.
Sure.
Okay, that's the key.
But we should be worried about both.
but that's the other thing too. We have to fix the lakes, we have to meet with people, we have to do all these things. And we have to do the site inspections, and we have to do the stewardship plans. Our job is not just review applications, put out memos. our job list and responsibilities, the things like we have a meeting coming up with National Grid so that we can have a better understanding of the interaction between transmission lines and trees. So when people are coming in and saying, I have to take down this tree because it touches my lines, that we have a better understanding of, well, no, you don't. You just need to prune them and maintain them. So there's so much more beyond our job. So I would really love you to just kind of hang out in the office for a day so you could actually see what we're doing every minute of the day.
And like
Because I
it's constantly like a give and take. Like you could think of like I took 2.5 hours away from Lauren working on the detailed agenda so we could talk to a wetland ecologist to get better ideas of how to protect the lake. And she gave us amazing ideas. And then I could also tell that Lauren was stressed at the end because it was such a long meeting taken away from her doing, you know, all
And
the
then
other
I still
things she
stayed
does.
here till 5:30 in the evening.
Yeah, so it's
when
constantly
my office hours are
balanced
for.
to protect the lake.
Let's table it. I mean,
Yeah.
go further from there.
Well, we kind of sidetracked, and then that turned more into how I'm doing a bad job at my job.
No
So
one said that, that's
You're doing
not.
a wonderful
It
job.
came, it came off
just-
from him, I don't think that's what he meant by
That
that,
is
by
not what I
any means.
meant. In
There's no
fact,
way
you
he meant that.
brought me to it, as far as the, what we're doing. We need, if we can get them a timely piece of detail, then they.
But I mean, then too, I think even
No,
just
it's
as simple
not
as
only-
sending them the agenda so they can see, hey, we have projects that are being proposed on the lake, and then attending a meeting and following up too.
Yeah.
Just the regular agenda.
I mean, the regular agenda is sufficient. I don't know that, I don't know that the detailed agenda necessarily does anything for them. What they're complaining
Yeah,
about is the actual order of conditions, which are public records.
And they're
which they
complaining
can-
about when waivers are granted and when they're not.
And that has nothing to do with you. That has to do with us. And I think we're very, we try to be as measured and consistent as we possibly can. But the simple fact of the matter is, if you can give me a cookie cutter property on the lake,
And,
and
yeah.
so if they would like to cookie cutter every property on the lake, then we can give them that. But that's not possible. It's not practical, and that's the issue at hand. I will always go back to we're constantly turning over members of this commission. I will offer up my spot if somebody on that on Slack wants to come and take my seat, right? Or we have two alternates available to take their seats. But I get politically, maybe you don't want to be there and passing in judgment of your neighbors, but that's where the conflict becomes, because then they can point the finger and say, see, they're the bad guys. We're not trying to be the bad guys, but the simple fact of the matter is, everybody around the lake loves conservation and loves protecting the lake on everybody else's property, not on theirs. And that's the general theme. I'm not saying I shouldn't
They
say
want
everyone.
things to be black and white, and it's not.
Right. I would love to be able to just wave one, and if they do want black and white, nothing would ever get done, because that would mean we would have to put a bright line at the 200 foot and be like, our standards say we don't have to approve this.
Yeah.
But guess what? Then we would have a lot of people at the select board and in Robin's office and in your office clamoring, we got to get rid of these people. So we have to work with them. And I think it's what we should be doing. But the simple fact of the matter is, like, sending memos, passive-aggressive memos like these, don't help the issue. And especially when we have Slack and the individual lake associations that can't even seem to get on the same page with each other. Like, somebody needs to take that on as an effort to get on the same page, and they're welcome to come to our meetings.
I think it's also important to recognize that technically under the bylaw, Slack is under the select board. And Slack is supposed to be advising the select board on how to better address lake. My office became the board liaison just because it did make sense of lakes conservation. And I have provided support for Slack that had not been provided historically. But they get people that are helping, making sure that their people are renewing their terms when they're supposed to, that they're sending their agendas and all these things too. So it's not, it's not my job
Somebody flicked the
necessarily
booger at
to
you?
do all these extra things. I just do them because, one, it's the right thing to do, and two, I have a resource that they don't. That's important to share because generally we all care about the same thing. So trying to get them that information.
I think that the response, like for this memorandum, is we already, like you mostly, are already doing all these things.
All of it?
All of it.
Really?
So, except for having like a cookie cutter that we cannot have, everything else that is there is done. And I think Karsten had a similar concern. We cannot evaluate every property in a different way because it depends on the shape of the property, the size of the property, the
history,
the history, like the whole neighborhood. It depends in a lot of things, the whole landscape. So it is impossible unless we do like you were saying.
Well, and this is a deliberative board that changes over every year. And so anything we would decide on today likely could change next year.
Right.
Because one board cannot tie the hands of another board.
Yeah.
Only thing we can hope for is to work with people in good faith. And, coming and talking to us and having a conversation and listening to our feedback is working with us in good faith. Sending 2 memos consecutively without listening to the feedback that was provided and the offer to have a joint meeting that was offered and provided, and just doubling down on you guys don't listen to us. It's clearly what that second memo was. You didn't listen to what we had to say, so I'm going to say it again. And I'm sorry, I don't react to that probably as well as I should, because the simple fact of the matter is we already offered you a joint meeting to have these conversations, and your response is just to basically double down. I mean, I don't know what more they want from us. Just being fair to whoever's watching.
So I think I don't think this necessarily needs a formal response. I'll just send a simple email back saying, here's the resources that are publicly available to you. Offer still stands if you guys want to try and do a joint meeting in the fall or next spring.
Yeah.
I mean, just, yeah, I think we're going on I feel like we're going on a good point already. Like, just keep going the way we are. I can even write back to them, our goal is to do these bullet points that you're discussing. We're working on that goal every day, and leave it at that, as broad as they want to leave it to us. And if they want to come and show us certain, because it's like, how clear can you be other than like broadcasting it on, like Facebook page? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I mean, you have to do a little bit, like you have to at least get on the, I don't know, our website or whatever, I guess. I don't know. I just wouldn't say much back. I don't think there's really much.
That's my fault.
It's all right.
I think we need to go on.
You got me fired up, Ed. Good job.
Good. You're right.
Everyone tell Lauren how great of a job she does, because she does.
She does a tremendous job.
That's just on a 10.
You got me.
That was rough, but you do great.
I like it though. I like. I'm learning from you. I'm learning how to do good discourse. I like it.
Harmonious discourse.
I trust the recommendations.
I don't know that was so harmonious.
I know they are very
That's harmonious. I said good.
That was discordious.
You guys ready to keep going?
Yes. Keep it going.
We're getting to the point that we're getting the late night sillies, but I need you guys to hold with me because we got some other important stuff and not a lot of time to talk about it any other time. So, Lead Mine Forest Stewardship Plan. There were some revisions to that draft. We have a final draft that's been submitted. We added more provisions for just general planning for fire prevention, which a lot of that was just kind of the meadow. Overall, like I had said the last time we reviewed this, lead mine's in really good shape, minor activity that's needed. So, and then there were some minor sentence rewrites and things that Fish and Wildlife just wanted worked into the plan as well, but they're fully supportive of this, and we're also looking at opportunities to kind of expand this a similar plan to the abutting properties, so the other 2 parcels that are part of Lead Mine, Heinz Farm, and then also the Well Tower lot that's just south of that, and working on some good opportunities with this. So I think really at this point, unless anyone had any comments on that as it is, which the plan can be amended down the road, but I'm excited for it to get accepted by the state and be actually able to start doing things and applying for grants for it. So if anyone wants to make an emotion to accept the final draft of the lead mine forest stewardship plan.
So
It's a very
moved.
comprehensive
We'll
plan,
wait.
so
He
thank
did a
you.
really, really good job. It was way more thorough than the last one.
Right. So moved. Motion, make a motion to, yeah.
Second it.
All in favor?
Nick Gravel in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Good in favor.
San Germain in favor.
All right, so fun stuff with the Mass Ready Act that's kind of been on the table for quite some time.
Yay, solar farms.
Yeah, I mean, mostly it's good stuff. Nothing crazy alerting, but so Senate passed this back in April. The House just passed this in June. However, the version that the House passed is different than the version that the Senate passed. So I reached out to Amanda Hellier through our local representative office just to kind of get some confirmation on what that process looks like. So there's a committee that's been put together of both House and Senate representatives, and they're going to kind of work it out for the amendments that the House made and what the Senate's going to accept, because there were some things that were a little bit different. One of the bigger ones for the House was more push on housing and expediting permitting and bypassing permitting. And basically, when it comes to priority housing, if the local bylaw is more strict than the state regulations, it does not hold. That includes 25-foot no disturb, 200-foot wetland buffer, 50-foot no new structure, 500-foot buffer on an 8% slope. So that might be one thing that sticks for anything, for any projects that have gone through that are deemed priority housing through the state. There are more provisions for a lot of expedited plan permitting for culvert replacement, for restoration projects, which some of those are great because we just know that there's way more details that are sometimes needed when you really just need to get that fixed when resources become available, especially when it comes to culverts and municipalities, depending on what town you're in and what their resources are like too. The Senate's version included a statewide ban on single-use plastic that was taken out of the House version. So we'll see what that goes. The House bill cut $15 million for removing lead and PFAS from school drinking water. That doesn't affect conservation, but it's kind of one that just irritated me.
That's the House version, right?
That's the House version.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. And overall, it's still broad for climate funding and resilience. A bunch of grant funding, especially for climate and municipal resilience. We are not an MVP community, so we don't benefit from a lot of those types of grants, but some of them are becoming more broad. But that also includes funding for PFAS remediation, drinking water infrastructure, drought readiness, so those will be things that will be grants coming forward. Dam and culvert replacement, which are already there. More funding for land and conservation, recreation, including land grants and park grants, forestry grants, so we just did our forest cutting plan through a state grant, so things like that will keep going. They did $50 million, I think, towards the biodiversity grants, so any projects that we'd be looking to do for restoration and increasing biodiversity, such as simple as pollinator gardens, but even more widespread complex ones, will be a great one to go through, especially through some of our town parcels. Increased funding for drinking water. There are some environmental policy changes, so as far as the Wetland Protection Act, some of them are kind of more simple things, like allowing for simply electronic filing instead of hard copies, but we still want to have a hard copy, partially because record retention law requires hard copies, so those two don't add up, but also I mark on plans and everything. Reducing the distance for abutter notifications, because apparently for linear projects it was a typo and it was supposed to be 100 feet, and they put it in the Wetland Protection Act as 1,000 feet for linear projects over 500, and that was just something they were looking to get fixed. Streamlining projects with minor impacts that wouldn't require filing a notice of intent. So kind of how we almost use an RDA, but it'll be this new thing that's kind of in between an NOI and an RDA, and those can be processed administratively. But it's also going to strengthen RDA applications, well, DOA permits. So when we do conditions on a DOA, they have teeth, but not as much teeth. This is going to give them a little bit more teeth and more things that can be filed under that process. So it'll be a little bit more cost effective. And then, what was the other big one? DEP can add, supposed to be establishing some more general order of conditions for other things like ecological restoration, research projects and priority housing. And resilience for changing climate conditions will become the 9th interest of the Wetland Protection Act. We have a couple on our bylaw. That one's not on there, but that'll be a good one to add. So there might be some things that we have to go back and change through our local bylaw or the regulations, mostly filing requirements and how things are advertised and abutter notifications are done. So nothing really major in that aspect. It's just going to kind of be, I'm waiting for more information on how that process is going to be like, because then also DEP is going to have to go through their processes too. So this might be like a year till we see some of these bigger changes within the Wetland Protection Act. But the priority housing will kind of be a big one, and especially if our local bylaws aren't going to hold up for a lot of those, that sucks. Like there's not really going to be too many other ways around it. And then another thing that went with this too is approving hunting on Sundays. Another reason for kind of following up to find out what this process is going to be like and when this law is going to become effective, because just generally, Robin and I had a conversation about it, how we should definitely be putting something out as a town for people that haven't been paying attention to this going on, that when that does start, just to let people know, having properties more posted to, for any of our town-owned properties, putting more signage up, just alerting people that hunting is allowed on Sundays. So we'll figure out when these all become actually effective, but some fun things to look forward to, which, some good stuff, but
Hunting is allowed on Sundays.
Hunting will be allowed on Sundays in Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Within all it still has to meet this regular hunting requirements. I don't think they lessened the requirements for using firearms within certain areas of residential. I don't think that was changed. I think it was just opening under your general license where you couldn't hunt on Sundays. You'll be able to hunt on Sundays because someone convinced someone that was going to benefit people. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Blaze orange on Sundays.
I know. There's a lot of people that are upset about it. So we'll continue to see how things go and when that actually becomes effective, and if any requirements are going to be changing through that process.
Crossbow, you can hunt more liberally with a crossbow.
Other updates.
Old guys, you can get the thing up.
That's awesome.
Maps are still dated for 6/1 as a level 2 drought status, but they posted an update today saying that it was still verified, so still in a level 2 critical drought. We're currently still hovering about 2 years below the average for what we've been getting. So just 2 years. Just some quick updates on the community outreach. I'm just trying to find the time to finish up these things, but we drafted the letter for landscaper and tree removal companies. It's like a page and a half long, and trying to be attention grabbing of just alerting them of requirements and how to verify these things and the processes that you need to file to not get yourself in trouble, but also to not get your clients in trouble and all those things. a happy tone to the letter and hopefully attention grabbing. So hopefully I get time to send those out next week.
So on that, I mean, within the regulations, is there a warrant article that we can bring in front of town meeting for next year that would put some teeth into what we can do to these contractors when they go in and do this stuff?
So
Because I know we can't do anything right now, but if we put it to a town vote and we take a ball-peen hammer and smack these guys right in the middle of the forehead with the threat of this, then it stops.
So in our, I don't remember if it's in the bylaw or in the regulations, there's some very vague language that says something about people that are conducting the work that can be responsible for it, but it's kind of at that. But when it becomes challenging, like any enforcement training that we go through is always about documentation, catching people in action, having solid evidence that actually holds up, so that's where it gets iffy. There was a bill that was proposed, and I think that it died, that basically had said that if a contractor is doing work and they don't pull the proper permits, the property owner can hold them responsible. And I thought it was such a great bill because we see it all the time. We've not even just conservation, Bill sees it all the time. And half the time the property owners don't know. So we can take a look at how that was written and see if that's something that could be incorporated kind of in the general bylaw to kind of help everyone, not even just people within wetland buffer, but just in general. I can look and see what that language was like. We can build out on what's that vague language that's in ours about the person that's doing the work. It's just, enough evidence for me is someone saying, here's the person that I hired to do it, here's a copy of the invoice showing that I paid them for that service. If that's all that I need to go after someone and that'll hold up for any follow-up enforcement, I'd be comfortable with that, but we can try and figure out how to work that in to what that, because it's so vague right now. It just says that they can be responsible, but it doesn't say that they're the ones that are subject to the fines. It says that the property is subject to the fines. So I think that might just be some language tweaking to figure that out.
Well, because it's going to continue to happen until we can put some enforcement on the person who actually did the deed. It's good and well to say that the property owner is the one responsible, but to your point, people are ignorant to the rules, and when they contract with somebody who is a professional, they should know what they're doing.
And when I feel bad when it's the person, they're hiring someone, and like Bill and I went to a house a couple months ago and they're like, oh yeah, we hired this person to do this, and they came and did it. And he's like, well, what else did you do? And they're like, oh, well, they did this electrical work and they put these units in. He's like, yeah, I don't have permits for any of that. And their jaw just dropped. They're like, we just assumed, like, we don't know. We, the property owners, aren't calling the building department and saying, all these things. Offense, like, people just don't ask because you assume the professional knows what they're doing. It's just, it sucks sometimes. Some people know better, and they're trying to, pull the wool over your eyes, but you can tell the people that genuinely did not know. Lake related, but not slack related, going back to that survey that we had done earlier this year, and our busy season just started so much earlier than I'm used to, so but I'm sending in follow-up to everyone that completed that survey to just kind of update them on the measures that we've taken so far, as far as trying to get more education material out there, trying to improve our permit process, that we're doing the lake survey for all the inlets, and that we're trying to find the best way to educate them with the things that they're concerned about, like healthy lake, but we want that to be not just Lori and I, we want that to come from someone that they do lakes professionally and assess lakes professionally, so that's coming from someone that they will recognize with a little bit more credit, to kind of just give a little one-on-one talk on general lake health in terms that everyone can understand. Just kind of in a weird season of trying to get stuff done right now. Yeah. My mind's blanking on anything else that I had. But we have 3 sets of meeting minutes that hopefully you all had a chance to review. Trails met today. Slack met at our last meeting, so I know can't go to any of those, so.
Actually, like, that
I
was
think
the
they-
only
Trails
meeting that I
meeting
could
today.
have gone and I got sick.
Trails is
Because-
meeting on Monday.
There's a meeting
They
on
had an
Monday.
agenda posted today.
Are they meeting on Monday?
Yeah.
Last,
make
like,
it-
last
Slack
week.
meeting?
Brandon,
Yeah.
If you want to come
I
to
got
the
sick.
meeting, we'd love to have you.
Of course.
Yeah, no,
Go figure.
I'll try to, I'll email out to that, because yeah, I will. I think I got some. I think I can do it Monday.
Are they meeting on Monday?
That's what
Where would they
Brandon
meet?
told me
Where do they
today.
meet? Here?
No, they meet across the street in the smaller room.
Might email out to you guys,
Usually.
if that's all right, about that.
Well, it has to be posted on the,
Posted?